going to sit, just going to stand. Yeah.
Because I'll show a presentation.
You're showing a presentation.
Because you can't show the cloud
Okay,
conditions.
that's fine.
Yeah?
That's fine.
Okay. Just give an overview of the events and then I will say like right now I'll give you an introduction of what.
Of working with refugees and
Yeah.
stuff is.
Yeah.
And then just toss to me towards the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I know you're all very hungry, so thank you for making it here. And we are officially starting our panel discussion on the topic of refugees, migration, empowerment, resilience, so on and so forth. I'm Sindhuja, founder of Rethinking Refugees, and that's Priyali from the AZADI project, and we are co-organizing this event together. Priyali?
Thanks, Sindhuja. Hi, everybody. Sindhu already kind of introduced me. My name is Priyali Soor. I'm so glad to be here in Chennai. I'm based in Delhi. I'm the founder of an organization called the AZADI Project. AZADI, as some know, means freedom, and we believe in the ideology and principles of freedom for everybody. That includes refugees beyond geographical boundaries. And how we do that is we provide mental health support, leadership, and livelihood skills to women refugees at safe spaces. We're going to be telling you a little bit about the 4-day event before kind of Sindhu explains to you who a refugee is and why we are focusing on refugees. So we are doing this 4-day event. As you know, the name is Rethinking Refugees, Azadi to Coexist. The whole idea behind this is to kind of use a creative model which includes music, art, talks, panel discussions, music, film, to kind of change the narrative around refugees. I wish that over the next 2 days you have great engagement with the speakers and the refugees who are here. My small request would be to keep your phones off and to respect the subject and to respect the speakers.
Okay, so I think what's very important to have such an event in India, because from what I know, people don't talk about this topic so much. The narrative is very, very new. So before we get into the nuances of the refugee situation, it's very important to know the difference between a refugee, a migrant, an asylum seeker, and an internally displaced persons. So basically, a refugee is someone who's fleeing war and persecution. The most important concept is that they don't have a choice. They're forced to flee. Given a choice, they would probably go back home. So that's one very important aspect of who a refugee is. Then we have someone called, a group called the internally displaced persons. They're essentially like me when I used to live in Poland. I have the luxury of applying for a visa, going to Poland, working there, and I have the luxury to come back. It's my choice, and that's a migrant. So there's a huge difference between who a refugee is and who a migrant is, and that's something we should always remember. These are the statistics in terms of how many people have been displaced recently. It's, I think, 2019, 70.8 million people are forcibly displaced, and kind of throws light into how grave the situation is. And right now it is 89.3 million people. So it is increasing, and we definitely need to pay more attention to such topics. This is a humanitarian crisis. We have to see it from the perspective of refugees, but also from the perspective of host citizens, because our attitudes really matter, and it will help in shaping public policy. There are many reasons why they flee, refugees flee their homes: war and violence, civil war, hunger, poverty, sexual and gender orientation persecution, and of course, climate change. So with that in mind, I hope you've got some kind of a background as to who are refugees and why they flee, and I hope the rest of the panel discussions during the 2 days would give you an extra perspective about the whole situation. Really?
So I think really the question is, why an event like this? And the simple answer to that is to change the existing narrative which looks at refugees as others. An existing narrative which basically almost dehumanizes humans who are refugees. And it also fuels hate and mistrust and fear against them. So our hope is to help change that narrative, to see the reality of who a refugee is, where do they come from, and why they are here. And we're going to do that through evidence-based facts. We are going to do that through real human stories and through experts who are going to talk to you. And so we're not asking you to believe anything that I say or Sindhuja says. We're also asking you not to believe anything that you get on your WhatsApp forwards. We're asking you to make your own opinion based on the hard facts and the real stories that you see here. Analyze it for yourself and then share the message and let people know the reality. And with that, I think we're going to move on to the next, or the first panel discussion.
Yes, the first panel discussion is going to be on the Sri Lankan Tamil refugees in India. We have two wonderful speakers, Pungode Chandrahasan and Thain Mori, who's going to be joining us. And this session will be moderated by Mukesh, so from the Night Talkies. So please, if you'd like to come forward, take a seat.
Check. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today on this Saturday afternoon. It means a lot to us that your presence is here, because we know it's a Saturday and we know it's a heavy weekend where there's a lot of things going on in the city. Thank you for taking your time out to come attend our panel discussions today. I would like to first introduce two of our speakers. Just give me a second. So first we have Ms. Pungode Chandrahasan. She's a filmmaker and an activist. She completed her master's degree in communication and went on to get her diploma in filmmaking. She has also directed many documentaries on refugees and human rights. She has been working for the upliftment of Sri Lankan Tamil refugees and vulnerable Indian women and children since 2003 with the NGO Organization for Elam Refugees Rehabilitation, established by her father. She is currently a director and management committee member of the same organization. She's a very film with cinematographer P.C. Sriram's 2004 movie Vanam Vasapadum. She started Serendip in 2016 to help rural women and underprivileged children of Chidambaram village in Tamil Nadu. She organized and curated an exhibition, Sunshine in a Teardrop, displaying refugee children's drawings. She states, our main aim with this exhibition is to spread awareness about the innocent people suffering because of the war. All we get to see is the political side of the war, but what about human loss? Chandrahasan supports homeless pet adoption and has spoken out about pet trade as well. We have our second speaker, Thain Mori Akka. Thain Mori is Serendip's director and CFO. She has come from Jaffna to India due to the devastating war in a boat. She joined OFFER, Organization for Elam Refugees Rehabilitation, in 1990, and she has since worked with refugees and has over 30 years of experience in the field of social work. She's now the head of Women Empowerment Unit at OFFER. has been instrumental in starting 600 self-help groups in the refugees community, and they now have a saving of about 2 crores. She joined Serendip because she thought it was an innovative idea, and jewelry is always on demand. The silver lining is that it empowers women, which is what Thain Mari's passion is. She oversees the finances of Serendip and is a constant inspiration to us. Before we start the panel discussion, I just have a few house rules. Please put your phones on silent. The best gift that you can give our speakers today is your attention. So please turn off your phones, put them on silent, put them in your bag. And there are a lot of vacant seats in the front, so if you can just occupy the empty seats in the front, it would be better for the speakers to also speak directly to you. That's it. Over to both of you.
Hi, everyone. So, am I audible to everyone at the back? All right, perfect. So, I'm going to speak about the Sri Lankan Tamil refugees. And, you know, as contrary to expectation, you assume when you hear of refugees that they're helpless and hapless and that sort of thing. So I'm going to tell you a very positive story of how our Sri Lankan Tamil refugees have come here to the country which is their host nation and actually empowered themselves by coming together and forming our organization for Elam Refugee Rehabilitation and then giving back to the host community. So currently we have our refugees working in the Indian communities and they're giving back as change makers to the Indian community. But I want to start without talking just about our refugees. I want to first give a little bit of a, give you guys a little bit of a background on why we have these refugees in India. So I'm going to give you a political and social background of the ethnic conflict, and then I will take you through to the refugees, right? So, as I said, I'm just going to read to you this one sentence. I wish to announce to my people and the country that I consider the verdict of this election as a mandate that the Tamil Elam nation should exercise a sovereignty already vested in the Tamil people and become free. So these are the words of S.J.V. Chelvanayagam in 1973. And at this point is when Tamil Elam was born. But now I'm going to take you back to why did we, Elam Tamils, feel the need to actually say that we want a separate state in a Tamil island like Sri Lanka. So, it starts with, in 1949, right after independence, the singular majority government disenfranchised the Indian Tamils. So MGR, for example, your chief minister from Tamil Nadu, was one of the Indian Tamils who were working in the plantations in Sri Lanka. So they were disenfranchised, which meant that their citizenship was taken away. Now, the next thing that happened was in 1952, they started colonizing what we call our traditional Tamil homelands. So I'm sure all of you would have heard in the news, the northern and eastern part of Sri Lanka are traditional Tamil homelands, which means that it is a completely majority Tamil area. So what the Sinhalese started doing was they started, government-aided colonization of our areas. And then subsequently, and the worst sort of blow to the Tamils was the Sinhala Only Act, where they removed our right to our language. So they basically passed an act that said that Sinhala was the only official language in the country, and therefore all Tamil government servants or any of us had to study Sinhala in order to be able to even continue to work in those government jobs, right? And then subsequent to that, when we tried to protest non-violently, they had government-sponsored riots. And it wasn't, all of you may have heard of the 1983 riot. But these riots that, happened against the Tamils started right from 56, 58, all of the dates that you can see on your screen. Then subsequent to that, which is one of the reasons that Prabhaharan was personally affected and, the LTT started, was standardization, which meant that Tamil students had to get higher marks than Sinhalese students to get into universities. As a result, a huge amount of young Tamil students were not able to get into the universities, and they then became militants, So, and then of course Black Friday, which all of you would have heard of, which was the famous 1983 riot. So I'm just very quickly going to go into, right from those dates that I told you, I'm going to give you a bit more detail on them. So the formation of the Ilangai Tamil Arasu Katchi, which is our party, which is a Tamil party, which I'm also a member of, we started in 1949, and the reason for that was the disenfranchisement of the hill country Tamils. right? And the reason for this, like why are we, so we are Elam Tamils, but why are we supporting and, fighting for the rights of the hill country Tamils or the Indian Tamils? The reason for that being that democracy is a matter of numbers, right? And thus the disenfranchisement of hill country Tamils or Indian Tamils was deliberately aimed at reducing the Tamil representation in parliament. So that's why the Sinhalese are doing this. And subsequently, we had started a non-violent struggle for Tamil rights. So I wanted to talk about this because, not many people know this, and everybody thinks that, Elam Tamils are militants and we are LTT and all sorts of things like that. But the point is that we started struggling for our rights non-violently, practicing satyagraha, just like Gandhiji. So as you can see, all the satyagraha protests, right? So that started in 1956, and this is all we were asking for. So when even today, this is what this is what it all started with. This is all we are asking for. We wanted, our, parity of status for our language. Tamil and Sinhalese to have parity of status in the country, and we wanted the state to stop, this kind of colonization of our traditional homelands. And then, of course, we asked for regional autonomy, right, within a federal state. And then we asked to restore the citizenship of the Indian Tamils. So this was all we asked, and these were not given to us, and this was the reason for this entire civil war, and for, these hundreds of thousands of refugees that are here today. This is all we asked for. Right. Then, I'm sure you would have heard of Bandaranaike, because Chandrika Bandaranaike, I'm sure, is more current, and maybe you heard of her. So this is her father. So Mr. Bandaranaike actually signed a pact with S.J.V. Chelvanayagam. S.J.V. Chelvanayagam happens to be my grandfather, but so they signed a pact in 1957, which is one of the most historic events, right? And the Tamils were rejoicing, saying, okay, they signed the pact, they're giving us those things that we asked for. But then, unfortunately, the very next year, the Sinhala community started... Okay, something happened to my presentation. Okay. Anyway, so the Sinhala communities, started revolting, and the same president or prime minister, which he was, tore up the pact, and then went back on it, and again the Tamils were left with nothing. So then that's when the Tamils, that's when I think the real escalation happened, and Tamil nationalism was born, because we realized we can't trust the Sinhalese to do anything, and therefore we have to fight for our own rights. But even then, we continued to fight with satyagraha. We never started violent struggle or anything like that, right? So all of these photographs you're seeing here, are in fact, interestingly, even Prabharan's father was one of these satyagrahis who, so all the Tamils were protesting peacefully right from 1956 until the 70s. So more than 20 years of non-violent struggle for our rights, and it became a huge movement where every home and every, the Tamil areas, we paralyzed the government in our areas, just by non-violent struggle. So that's a whole history that I think does not get spoken about. And so as you can see hundreds and thousands of people, and we're protesting our rights non-violently. So I'm not going to go into too much detail, but, and women, as you can see, we had, the women, we had children, and then you can see these non-violent protesters are being taken to the police station and booked. And on this side, you can see students, from the school, students are marching. All we're asking for, parity of status for our language, don't colonize our homelands, that's all we're asking for at this point, right? And then again, Dudley Senanayake, who is, the current UNP President Ranil Wickremesinghe's, the same party, UNP, he signs a pact again with S.J.V. Chelvanayagam and says, okay, we'll give you all the things you want, and, all these points are there in this pact. But then again, he breaks the pact. So again, the second pact is broken in 1965, at which time, the youth are now getting fed up, and they're saying, why are these older politicians just going on trying to, work peacefully with the Sinhalese? Let's do something to make it, let's start. So that's when basically some of this militarization started happening in the 70s. So very quickly, in the 70s is where that movement shifted from non-violence to violence. And so you can see that standardization policy was one of the reasons. And in 1972, Prabhaharan started the New Tamil Tigers. And in 1976, he started the LTT. But at the same time, SJV Chelvanayagam and all the Tamil parties got together, met, and then they decided, and that, that verse that I read to you right at the beginning where they said, okay, we're going to now, we are not able to get, any rights in this federal system, fine, then we are going to ask for a separate state of Tamil Eelam. And at that point is where this, this desire for a separate state originates. So this is a photograph of the picture where Mr. S.J.V. Chelvanayagam, he resigned his parliamentary seat in 1972 and he recontested like a referendum. Do the Tamil people want a separate state or not? And he won with a thumping majority, and the Tamil people had given their mandate saying, we want a separate state of Tamil Eelam. And then, of course, Black Friday, the 1983 riots. I personally, my family's house was burnt. My mother's car was burnt. So many of my friends and relatives were attacked. And this is like, literally, this is like, our house is like in Colombo 3. Some of you who've traveled there, that's where Paradise Road and, all of that is, right? It's a nice neighborhood. You had hooligans, which were government-sponsored hooligans, just walking down the street, burning the houses that were owned by the Tamils. But if there was a house owned by Sinhalese, they would only, pull out the family and beat them up, but they wouldn't burn the house. So it was a government-sponsored riot, right? And then, of course, all of you know the signing of the Indo-Sri Lanka Accord. So this was the first influx of refugees that we had was after that riot in 1983, right? But then when Rajiv Gandhi and J.R. Jayawardena signed this agreement, which is the Indo-Sri Lanka Accord, which is still being referred to, then the refugees went back again because the Indian peacekeeping force was going in and they thought, okay, there's going to be peace and everything is going to be okay. And then, of course, the Indian peacekeeping force started fighting with the LTT. So then when that happened, then again, we had another influx of refugees. So I'm just going to now, so I've come to the refugees now. So I think you have a little bit of a background on why our refugees came here. And perhaps you have a little sympathy for, that's why I wanted to tell you, like this is what they went through. And this is what was the reason for them to have to leave, because all of the anti-Tamil, anti-Tamil pogroms were terrible, where their houses were burned, women were raped, and this is your government, is sanctioning this. So who do you go to for help? So at that point, we had to start fleeing. So this was the first influx of refugees, and they went back with the Indian peacekeeping force. Then again, in 1990, the Eelam War started, because then the Indian peacekeeping force left when they started fighting with the LTT, and then they were brought back. So at that point, again, you have the refugees going, and then they were forcibly sent back. The ones who came in 1990, they were forcibly sent back. So there's another interesting episode in the Indian history. There were refugees who were forcibly sent back because Rajiv Gandhi was killed. After Rajiv Gandhi was killed, there was a forceful repatriation by the Indian government of the refugees. So that's the next one. Then, again in 1996, there was an escalation of war. So now what is happening is, it's all-out war. LTT is formed, the government forces are attacking the Tamils. So right from 1990, it was actual civil war, right? Which meant that you have our Tamil areas, and you have the government attacking it from sea, from air, they're bombing our Tamil people's houses. So Tenmali will tell you more about that, because she actually experienced it. She was living in Yalpanam. They had to flee their home because the army was attacking, and, and how, exoduses of people had to leave. She'll tell you more about that. And then, as I was saying, the refugees again returned in 2005, because you may have remembered, there was, some of you that are older would remember, there was a ceasefire again. At what point they went back. And then, of course, what all of you know about the worst part of the civil war, where Mahinda Rajapaksa, and his team, and all the worst of the humanitarian, what do you call the, inhuman treatment that the Tamils received, and all those war crimes and all of that happened, 2006, 2009. But then when the war ended, again, some of the refugees did go back, hoping that now the war is over, we can go home and restart our lives. So that's just a little bit of history. And this is what it looks like, right? So these are photographs that we took personally. We went to Arachal Munai because sometimes we go, our organization works with them right from the time they arrive. So those are the fishing boats. This is how they come, with nothing but the clothes on their backs. It's terrible, right? Because you're fleeing with nothing, because your house is being bombed. All you think about is, I need to get out of there. So sometimes they don't even have clothes. Like they just have maybe, something on, like that's it, right? So, and yeah, this is one of the most pitiful photographs, but it's very typical of what it's like. And this was taken by our team. We took a Times journalist, and he captured this image. So this is, yeah, can you play the second, right. So at this point, I think you guys will have an idea of like why our refugees came. So they look terribly helpless, and but that's where I think it really helps that you kind of have to come together and empower yourself and not look to others to help you. I mean, of course, the Indian government and especially the people of Tamil Nadu have been incredibly accommodating and have gone over and above, especially the people of Tamil Nadu governments, whether it was MGR, Karnanadi, whoever it was, has been very accommodating of the refugees and treated them as honored guests. So, yeah. So, you can, okay, I have to do the slides, right? So, we basically came together and we formed our own organization in 1984. It's an organization pretty much of refugees for refugees, right? And by refugees. So, that's the interesting thing. Refugees coming together, not looking for an outside organization to take care of them, but coming together to help themselves. And basically, this is what it looks like when they're fleeing. And currently, there are more than 60,000 refugees living in in the government-sponsored refugee camps. And as you can see, we have a very large number that are under 18. There's almost more than 20,000 that are under 18. And the sad thing is that most of these children are now born as refugees in refugee camps because most of them have come in 1990 and have not gone back. So we have an entire generation that is born without citizenship, without a state, without a home, born in a refugee camp and grown up as refugees, right? Basically the dimension of like the refugee camps, like they have a 10 by 10 hut. That's what they live in. And most of the children, they attend the government schools, which was another wonderful thing that the Indian government did. They allowed for our refugees to be taken into the government schools. Yeah, they don't have much, they don't have the nutrition levels were very low, etc., etc. You can see a couple of pictures of the refugee camps over there. And yep, so now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Thenmozhi. Thenmozhi herself is a refugee from Sri Lanka. She's going to speak in Tamil. Do all of you understand Tamil, or does anybody want a translation? Okay, there are people. So, I think, where's Mukesh? Yeah, okay, Mukesh. You will take over the translation. All right.
என்னுடைய பேர் வந்து தேன்மொழி. நான் வந்து 1990ஆம் ஆண்டு இலங்கையிலிருந்து இந்தியாவுக்கு வந்தேன். நான் வந்து ஒரு உண்மையான ரிஃப்யூஜி. 1990ல் வந்து வரணுமென்ற ஒரு ஐடியா இல்லை. ஆனால் இலங்கையிலுடைய சூழ்நிலை காரணமாக நான் அங்கே இருந்து வர வேண்டிய ஒரு சூழ்நிலை வந்துவிட்டது.
Her name is Thenmozhi, and from 1990 she has migrated to India. It wasn't a migration like how our team had explained about the differences between refugees and migrations, because it wasn't a choice, and she was forced to move to India, move base to India.
நாங்கள் வரும்போது என்னுடைய ஃபேமிலியில் அம்மா அப்பா எனக்கு ஒரு தம்பி, நாங்கள் 4 பேர் தான் வந்தது. உண்மையாக என்னுடைய சொந்த இடத்தை விட்டு வர்றது ரொம்ப கஷ்டமான ஒரு விஷயம். அதில் வந்து போட்டில் ஏறி, அதாவது ஃப்ளைட் அல்ல, போட்டில் ஏறி என்னோடய ஜேர்னி இருந்தது. நான் இந்தியாவில் வந்து இறங்கின பிறகு தொண்டி அப்படின்ற ஒரு வில்லேஜ், தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் வந்து நான் அகதியாக இறக்கப்பட்டேன். என்னோட ஒரு 60 நபர்கள் வந்திருப்பாங்க அந்த போர்டில்.
So she came here with her family of father, mother and a brother, and via boat, and they had moved from Sri Lanka to India through a boat which had carried about 60 people and they had touched base in a place called Tondi in Tamil Nadu. And she describes the journey as something that is definitely not pleasant, having to share a small boat with 60 other people, fishing boat with 60 other people in dangerous conditions.
வந்து இறங்கின பிறகு அந்த கிராமத்தில் உள்ள மக்கள் வந்து எங்களை அரவணைச்சி ஒரு சரியான வல்னரபிளான ஒரு மக்கள் அங்கே இருந்தவங்க. அப்படிப்பட்ட அந்த மக்கள் எங்களை உடனே கண்ட உடனே எங்களை அழைச்சி அவங்க வந்து சாப்பாடு, அது கஞ்சி என்று சொல்லலாம், அப்படி ஒரு சமையலை பண்ணிவிட்டு எங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே கொடுத்தாங்க. வந்த இது ஒரு பக்கம் கவலை இருந்தாலும், ஆனால் அந்த மக்கள் காட்டிய அன்பும் ஆதரவும் வந்து இன்றைக்கு நினைத்தாலும் கண்களில் கண்ணீர் வரும்.
She says she is extremely grateful to have received a very warm reception from the people who received the refugees when they landed in India. She says that even today, when she thinks about the way they received them and the food that they had offered, and given the conditions that they were in, she says she still feels emotional, extremely emotional, thinking about the days when she reached India.
அப்புறம் நாங்கள் அங்கேருந்து ஒரு 5 டேஸ்க்கு அப்புறம் வந்து சென்னை நான் இங்கே ஷிஃப்ட் ஆகி வந்தாச்சு. வந்த பிறகு உடனே எனக்கு இந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் ஒர்க் பண்ணக்கூடிய வாய்ப்புகள் கிடைச்சிது. அந்த நிறுவனம் இங்கே வந்து 1984லேருந்தே என்னுடைய மக்களோட நான் வேலை செய்கிறேன் அப்படின்ற ஒரு சந்தோஷம் இருந்தது.
So as soon as she reached there, she was fortunate enough to move to Chennai and start work at our organization offer. And she was extremely grateful to have gotten that opportunity, and she still feels that she is grateful and thankful for being able to work with her own people and being surrounded by her own people in a work environment.
ஆனால் அந்த ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் ஒர்க் பண்ணினாலும் அங்கே இருந்து கொண்டு நாங்கள் எல்லாருமே யோசித்தது, நான் மட்டுமல்ல, அங்கே இருந்த எந்த அகதிகளுக்கு வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய ஒரு அமைப்பாக இருந்தது. நாங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ணுற எல்லாருமே ரெஃப்யூஜிஸ் தான். அதனால் நாங்கள் எல்லாருமே வந்து எங்களுடைய மக்களுக்காக நாங்கள் வேலை செய்ய தொடங்கினாலும் இந்த நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு நாங்கள் ஏதோ ஒரு தருணத்தில் உதவிட வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு திட்டம் வந்து எங்களுக்கு மனதில் இருந்தது. அதையும் நாங்கள் நிறைவேற்றி கொண்டோம்.
So as soon as she started work, she realized that this was an organization for refugees, by refugees, and she was really excited to begin work, and she was fortunate enough to be working in the field that had affected her so much, that is working for and with the refugees. And she also had the inclination to work towards the country that had hosted her, and she says that they have been able to achieve that as well through the organization.
ஆர்கனைசேஷனோடைய ஒரு கனவு என்ன அப்படின்னா, எல்லாரும் அதாவது வந்து ஒரு தகமை அப்படின்றதுல ரொம்ப ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம். அதில் வந்து ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஸ்லைட் வந்து நீங்கள் அந்த எஜுகேஷன் ஸ்லைட், அந்த எஜுகேஷன் முகாமில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மாணவர்களுக்கு வந்து, அதாவது முகாமில் எல்லா பிள்ளைகளும், வீடுகளில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லா பிள்ளைகளும் கல்வி கற்க வேணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு முறை, அதற்காக நாங்கள் எல்லாருமே வேலை செய்தோம். எல்லா மாணவர்களையும், வீடுகளில் இருந்த பிள்ளைகள் எல்லாரையும் அழைத்து அவங்களுக்கான பள்ளிக்கூட வசதிகள், ஆரம்பத்தில் வந்து அவர்களுக்கு டே கேர் சென்டர், அப்புறம் வந்து நர்சரி ஸ்கூல், அப்புறம் வந்து இப்போ அதற்கப்புறம் அவர்கள் கல்லூரி வரைக்கும் படிக்கிற அந்த வாய்ப்புகளை வந்து ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்தோம். நிறைய அவேர்னஸ் அவர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் கொண்டு போனோம்.
The first job that they took up as part of the organization was to make sure that every single child as part of the camp, of the refugee camp, had to be educated, and that was the project that they had dedicated most of their time towards. They started off from daycare centers for infants all the way to primary education and secondary education, as well as seeing them through joining colleges and universities for their higher education was something that they were extremely focused about, and that was what they had achieved.
முக்கியமாக வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஃபோரம், மாணவர்களையே ஒருங்கிணைச்சி, மாணவ மன்றங்கள், மாணவ பேரவைகள், காலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஒருங்கிணைச்சி அந்த 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 மாதிரியான பணிகளை நாங்கள் முன்னெடுத்தோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால், அவர்களுக்கு ஒரு ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி இருக்குது. அவர்களுக்கு பின்னால் வரக்கூடிய ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு வந்து அவங்க சப்போர்ட் பண்ணணும். அதனால் பார்த்திங்கன்னா இந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஃபோரம் வந்து உருவாக்கப்பட்டது எல்லா கேம்ப்லேயுமே.
They organized various student forums outside of education, outside of the education system, for alternate learning, so that the students can equip themselves with skills, life skills, so they can pass on the knowledge that they have acquired through the help of the foundation through the next generation, and so on and so forth. And that was something of great importance for the organization.
இன்றைக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய மாணவர்களுடைய தொகையில் 5000 பேர் மட்டும் வந்து காலேஜ் டிகிரி முடிச்சிருக்காங்க எல்லாருமே. அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை வந்து படிக்கிறதுக்காக அவர்களுக்கு வந்து சிறு முதலீடுகள், அதாவது லோன் ஸ்கீமில் அவர்களை கொண்டு வந்து அந்த சப்போர்ட் பண்ணி அவர்களை டிகிரி வாங்கும் வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் அவர்களுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறோம்.
So there have been about 5,000 graduates who have come out of the program that has been provided by the organization, and the organization has also supported the children and students with small and medium-sized loans for them to be able to carry their education forward through college and all of that. And they've made sure that today there is a 5,000 students who have actually graduated from college.
கெப்பாசிட்டி பில்டிங் ட்ரைனிங், இதில் லீடர்ஷிப் இன் கம்யூனிகேஷன் ட்ரைனிங். இந்த எஜுகேஷன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து கேம்ப் மட்டும் இல்லை, எங்களுடைய உள்ளூர் மக்களுக்கு, அதாவது வந்து 2004 வந்து சுனாமியில் பாதிக்கப்பட்ட நேரம், அந்த மாதிரி நாங்கள் ஒரு 6 பகுதிகளை எடுத்து நாங்கள் பணி செய்திருந்தோம். நாகப்பட்டினம், கடலூர், குளச்சல் என்ற இடங்களில் போய் நாங்கள் பணி செய்த போது அந்த கிராம மக்களில் அவர்களுடைய அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய மாணவர்களுக்கு நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்ட்டு பார்க்கும்போது எங்களுடைய முகாமில் இருந்த அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஃபோரம் உடனே அங்கே போய் அந்த மாணவர்களை, அந்த மக்களை சந்தித்து விழிப்புணர்வுகளை கொடுத்து அவர்களை பள்ளிக்கூடம் போக வச்சு அந்த படிக்கிறதுக்கான உதவிகளை வந்து அவர்கள் செய்து கொடுத்தார்கள்.
So through the capacity building and leadership programs that they had crafted for the people for the students and children from the camps, which came into use later on during the tsunami time when there was a lot of damage done to coastal regions. The organization had picked up 6 regions near Kadalur and endha oor sollirundinga?
Kadalur, Nagapattinam, Kulechal, Kanyakumari.
Kadalur, Nagapattinam and Kanyakumari, where they have deployed the students who had been educated and trained in leadership and capacity building skills to help the children who have been affected there to get back, Indian children there. Refugee children had helped Indian children to get back in touch with their education, to get back on schedule, to be to go to school and all of that, and to make their lives a little better.
சிதம்பரம் வந்து ஃப்ளட் வந்த டைமில் வெள்ள பாதிப்புகள் ஏற்பட்ட நேரம் சிதம்பரம் அந்த பகுதியில் நாங்கள் சென்று அங்கே உள்ள மக்களையும் சந்தித்து இதே போன்று அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய குழந்தைகளும் வந்து பள்ளிக்கூடம் போக வச்சு அவர்களுக்கான உதவிகளை செய்து இன்றைக்கு வரைக்கும் பார்த்திங்கன்னா டியூஷன் சென்டர் அங்கெல்லாம் நடக்கிறத நாங்கள் பார்க்குறோம். அந்த சமூகத்தில் ரொம்ப வரவேற்கிறாங்க. அது வந்து ரொம்ப ஒரு சப்போர்ட்டாக இருக்குது அந்த பிள்ளைகளுடைய கல்வி வளர்ச்சிக்காக.
Similar situation during the Chidambaram floods, where the refugee children and the refugees from trained by our organization had deployed multiple learning centers and other activities like building toilets and making the place a more inhabitable place for the people who were affected by the floods, and having a whole rehabilitation program around that.
இதில் வந்து டாம் ஷூஸ் ஒரு ஸ்லைட் நீங்கள் பார்க்குறீங்க. இதில் வந்து யூஎஸ்ஏயில் வந்து டாம்ஸ் என்ற ஒரு நிறுவனம் அங்கே இருந்து 2013 இருந்து 2018 வரைக்கும் இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம். இந்த டாம் ஷூ பொறுத்தவரையில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம அதாவது 1 of 1 அப்படின்ற ஒரு ஸ்கீம். இது ஒரு ஷூஸ் நாங்கள் வந்து வாங்கும்போது எக்ஸ்ட்ரா வந்து ஒரு ஷூ அந்த மணிக்கு அவங்க வந்து எக்ஸ்ட்ரா வாங்கி அதை வந்து மற்றவர்களுக்கு கொடுக்கறதுக்கான ஒரு திட்டம். அப்போ இந்த டாம்ஸ் என்ற இந்த ஷூஸ் வந்து எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஸ்கீம் வந்தபோது எங்களுடைய குழந்தைகள் வந்து அரசு பள்ளிகளோடு இணைந்து படிக்கிறார்கள். அதன் காரணமாக நாங்கள் இந்த 10,000க்கு மேற்பட்ட அரசு பள்ளிகளில் உள்ள மாணவர்களுக்கு 7 லட்சம் காலணிகள் பெற்று அந்த பிள்ளைகளுக்கு நாங்கள் வழங்கியிருக்கிறோம். Both are Indians and Sri Lankan students.
Through the scheme by Tom Shoes, where when you purchase a shoe, you donate another pair to a cause. Her team had collected about 7 lakh pairs of footwear and distributed to more than 10,000 children, 100,000 children, 1 million children, 100,000 Indian and Sri Lankan children, which is a great feat.
Indian children and both are Sri Lankan children.
Yeah, for both Indian as well as Sri Lankan children.
அது மட்டும் இல்லை, நாங்கள் சில முதியோர்கள் தேவையானவர்களுக்கு ஆதரவற்ற பிள்ளைகள் அப்படி என்று அவர்கள் அடையாளம் கண்டு அவர்களுக்கும் நாங்கள் போய் இந்த டாம் ஷோ அவங்களுக்கு கொடுத்துருக்குறோம். அதாவது வந்து அகதிகள் மட்டுமண்டில்ல உள்ளூர் மக்களையும் நாங்கள் சந்தித்து அவர்களுக்கும் செய்த உதவி. இந்த காலணிகளை கொடுப்பதற்கு முன்பாக அவங்களுக்கு போய் ஒரு அவேர்னஸை கொடுத்து இந்த காலணிகளையே நாங்கள் பாவிக்கிறோம் அப்படின்ற அந்த புரிதலை ஏற்படுத்தின பிறகுதான் அந்த காலணிகள் வந்து அவர்களுக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டது.
Sure. So they didn't necessarily stop with children, but they have seeked out older people as well to offer the pair of shoes, and also created awareness around why they have taken this initiative and such.
இப்போ அகதி முகாம்களை பார்த்துக்கொண்டா பெண்கள் அவர்களோட வளர்ச்சிக்காக எங்களோட பணிகள் கூட இருக்குது. ஏன்னா ஒவ்வொரு பெண்களையும் வந்து நாங்கள் தகமைப்படுத்தப்படும்போது அந்த குடும்பம் கண்டிப்பாக தகமையாகும். அந்த குடும்பத்தில் ஒரு தகமை ஏற்பட்டால் அந்த பக்கத்தில் உள்ள சமூகம் வந்து மேம்படும் என்பது வந்து எங்களோட கருத்து. அதை மனதில் வைத்து இந்த விமன் எம்பவர்மெண்ட் ப்ரோக்ராம் ரஜீவ்காந்தின் அந்த அசசினேஷன் நடந்த பிறகு நிறைய கஷ்டங்கள் அவங்களுக்கு இருந்தது. வெளியில் போய் வேலை செய்கிற போது நிறைய கஷ்டங்கள் இருந்தது. அதனால் அவர்களை மேம்படுத்துவதற்காக பல திட்டங்களை நாங்கள் வந்து அவர்களிடத்தில் எடுத்து சென்றிருக்கிறோம்.
They believed that women were the pillars of families and institutions, and they wanted to, they understood the state of women post calamity or something like Rajiv Gandhi's assassination, and they understood the state of women and they wanted to rehabilitate, and they took initiatives on building women and building different facets of women so they can go out into the world and start standing on their own feet and doing things on their own feet.
அவர்களே வந்து பொறுப்புகள், அதாவது பெண்களே பொறுப்பெடுத்து கொண்டாங்க. அதில் வந்து சுய உதவி குழுக்கள், மகளிர் சுய உதவி குழுக்களாக இருக்கிறாங்க, ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் கமிட்டியாக இருக்கிறாங்க, அப்புறம் வந்து நலக்குழுக்கள், ஹெல்த் குரூப்ஸாக இருக்கிறாங்க, விமன் இன்க்ளூசிவ் நெட்வொர்க், அதாவது கேம்புக்குள்ளேயே வரக்கூடிய ஒவ்வொரு நபர்களுடைய பிரச்சனைகளை அவர்கள் எப்படி தீர்த்து கொள்வது அப்படின்ற வகையில் அவங்களுக்கு கவுன்சிலிங் ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்துருக்கு. அப்போ அதனால் வின் குரூப் அப்போ அதனால் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கேம்புக்குள்ளே இந்த விமன் டெவலப்மெண்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லும்போது வந்து அவர்களுக்கு குரூப்ஸாகவே கேம்புகளுக்குள்ள வந்து ஃபங்க்ஷன் பண்ணுறாங்க.
They created a lot of self-help groups, women networks. They created a wellness group so that within the camps itself, women had each other to support them and to bring them up and to support each other's growth.
இப்போ இதே திட்டத்தை வந்து எங்களுடைய உள்ளூர் மக்களுக்கு நாங்கள் வந்து இந்த பாதிக்கப்பட்ட ஃப்ளட்டாலையும் சரி 2004க்கு அப்புறம் சரி நம்மளுடைய இந்த நாகப்பட்டினம், பரங்கிப்பேட்டை, குளச்சல், சிதம்பரம் போன்ற இந்த கிராமங்களுக்கு வந்து நாங்கள் இந்த பெண்களோட அபிவிருத்தி திட்டங்களை அவர்கள் மத்தியிலே நாங்கள் எடுத்து சென்றோம். எங்களுடைய பெண் ஸ்டாஃப்ஸ், அதை எங்களோட வேலை செய்யக்கூடிய தன்னார்வ தொண்டர்கள், ஒரு விருப்பத்தோடு வர தொண்டர்களை இணைச்சி கவுன்சிலர்ஸ், டீச்சர்ஸ், ஸ்டாஃப் எல்லாரையும் கொண்டு போய் நாங்கள் வந்து 100க்கும் மேற்பட்ட ஸ்டாஃப் நாங்கள் போய் இந்த இடங்களில் இந்த பெண்கள் அபிவிருத்திக்காக நாங்கள் பணி செய்திருக்கிறோம்.
They have been successful in replicating the same process for Indian calamity affected areas and where they had to rehabilitate women back to livelihoods, and they've been very successful at it, and they've replicated the same process for other places in Tamil Nadu and India as well.
நிறைய தொழில் பயிற்சிகளை, தையல் இப்போ கூட அவங்க செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. தையல் ஒரு தொழிலாக வச்சுருக்கிறாங்க. நிறைய தொழில்கள் வந்து கற்றுக்கொண்டு இப்போ வந்து ஒரு வருமானத்தை ஈட்டக்கூடியவர்களாக நாங்கள் வர பார்க்குறோம். இப்போ இதில் ஹெல்த்தை பொறுத்தவரையில் முகாமில் வந்து ஹெல்த்தோட நாங்கள் ஆரம்பத்திலே அவர்களுக்கு அவேர்னஸ், பேரண்ட்ஸுக்கு அவேர்னஸ் கொடுத்து பிள்ளைகளை வளர்க்குற முறைகள் அல்லது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் மெடிசின் கொடுத்துருக்குறோம். அந்த மாதிரியான விழிப்புணர்வுகளை அவங்க ஆரோக்கியம் தொடர்பான விழிப்புணர்வுகளை கொடுத்து ஹெல்த் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் ஒவ்வொரு 107 கேம்புன்னா 107 கேம்ப்லேயும் ஹெல்த் ஒர்க்கர் இருக்கிறாங்க. ஹெல்த் ஒர்க்கர் இருந்து அவர்களுடைய ஆரோக்கியம் தொடர்பான விஷயங்களை கவனித்து செய்கிற பணியாளர்கள் செஞ்சிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க.
So they have also, in the field of healthcare, created a lot of awareness around women health. They've established healthcare personnel in each of the camps. They've created education and awareness about personal health, personal hygiene, first aid, and all of that, and also have set processes for that in camps.
இதில் இப்போ கூடுதலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா முதியோர்கள், நீண்ட கால நோயாளர்கள் அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது அவர்களுக்கான நியூட்ரிஷன் சப்ளிமெண்ட், ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எய்ட் மெடிசின், அவர்களுக்கான அவர்களுக்கான உபகரணங்கள் அதுகளை பெற்றுக்கொள்கிறதுக்கான வளங்களை கண்டுபிடிச்சி அந்த உதவிகளை நாங்கள் அதை செய்திருக்கிறோம். அவர்களுக்கு செஞ்சுட்டு வர்றோம். அதில் அவங்க வந்து பெற்றுக்கொள்கிறார்கள்.
They've also involved partners in finding nutrition and nutrition support and first aid and medicine, and have successfully transferred those resources to the refugee camps.
இப்போ நிறைய எடுக்கிறதெல்லாம் டைமையும் நான் கருத்தில் கொள்கிறேன். இப்போ குழந்தைகள் பிறந்தால் அவங்களுக்கு எடை எடுக்கிறது, ப்ரெக்னன்சியாக இருக்கிறவங்க கண்டிப்பாக வந்து மருத்துவமனைகளில் அவங்களோட டெலிவரி நடக்கிறது, வீட்டில் நடக்கக்கூடாது. இந்த மாதிரியான விஷயங்கள் எல்லாம் அதிக கவனம் எடுத்து ஹெல்த் ஒர்க்கர்ஸே அவங்களே அவங்களோட ஒர்க் அந்த கேம்புகளில் இருக்குது.
Very importantly, she also mentions that pregnant women being able to deliver in hospitals and not at home is something that they had to create awareness about and bring about the change in the camps as well.
கவுன்சிலிங் ப்ரோக்ராம், அதாவது வந்து கவுன்சிலிங் வந்து முகாமில் கவுன்சிலர்ஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. நிறைய பிரச்சனைகளோட சேர்ந்து வாழ்கிறபடியாக பல்வேறுபட்ட பிரச்சனைகள் அவங்களுக்குள்ளே இருக்குது. கவுன்சிலர் சர்வீஸ் வந்து நடந்துகிட்ருக்கு கேம்பில். நாங்கள் கவுன்சிலர்ஸ் டெய்லி நாங்கள் விசிட் பண்ணாமல் அவங்களுக்கே பியர் கவுன்சிலிங் எப்படி அவங்களுக்கு மோட்டிவேஷன் கொடுத்து கேம்புகளில் வந்து கவுன்சிலர்ஸ் இப்போ ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறாங்க.
They have covered the mental health aspect of things as well, where they have established not just external counselors, but they have educated the residents of the camp on peer-to-peer counseling, and they've really helped to bring about a change in mental health.
இதில் இன்னொன்று மென்ஷன் பண்ணோன்னா, நம்ம வந்து எஜுகேஷன் செக்டருக்குள்ளேயே வர்றது இந்த ஏசியல் ஃபவுண்டேஷனோட ஒரு ப்ரோக்ராம் பண்ணினா, அதில் வந்து பள்ளிக்கூடங்களில் நாங்கள் பணி செய்கிறோம். இப்போ நடந்துட்டுருக்கிற ப்ரோக்ராம் தான் அது. அதாவது பார்த்திங்கன்னா க்ரீனர், க்ளீனர், சேவர் அப்படின்றது. இப்போ க்ரீனர் அப்படின்ட்டு பார்த்திங்கன்னா பசுமை திட்டங்களுக்குள்ள பிள்ளைகளை உள்வாங்கிறது. இது முகாமில் நாங்கள் செய்கின்ற பணிகளை நம்மளுடைய உள்ளூர் மக்களுக்கு நாங்கள் எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறோம் அப்படின்றதான். இப்போ க்ளீனர் அப்படின்ட்டு பார்க்கும்போது வந்து சில்ட்ரன் பார்லிமெண்ட், பிள்ளைகள் மத்தியில் சில்ட்ரன் பார்லிமெண்ட்டை உருவாக்குறது, அதன் மூலமாக அவங்க வந்து தங்களுடைய பணிகளை செய்வதற்கான நாலேஜை பெற்றுக்கொள்கிறது. அப்புறம் வந்து சேவர் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது சேஃப்டி ப்ரோக்ராம், பெண் பிள்ளைகளுக்கு சேஃப்டி எந்தளவு முக்கியம், அப்போ செல்ஃப் டிஃபென்ஸ் ட்ரைனிங் போன்ற அந்த மாதிரி ட்ரைனிங்களை கொடுக்குறோம். இந்த ஏசியல் ஃபவுண்டேஷனோட நாங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது யாரும் இல்லை, எங்களோட ஸ்டாஃப் தான். நாங்களே அகதிகள், நாங்களே இப்போ அவங்களுக்கு பணி செய்கிறோம்.
Through the Greener, Cleaner, Safer program supported by HCL Foundation, they have started educating the children on environment-related issues, on governance-related issues, as well as safety and safety-related issues. And they've created organizational structures that can be followed. And the organization, the refugees, as part of the organization, have directly been working with the HCL Foundation in getting these programs out to the people.
லாஸ்ட் ஒரு மினிட் வந்து ஒரு ரிஃப்யூஜஸில் நாங்கள் ஒர்க் பண்ணும்போது அவர்கள்ட்ட நிறைய திறன்கள் இருக்குது, அவங்க உள்ளார்ந்த நிறைய திறன்கள். நான் இங்கே ஒரு புக் கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறேன், UNU, உங்களுக்குள்ளே உலகாலும் சக்தி அப்படின்றது. இப்போ நான் ஒரு ரிஃப்யூஜாக வந்து எனக்குள்ளே இருக்கிற டேலண்ட், நான் வந்து ஒரு காலேஜை முடிக்காத ஒரு ஆள், வாய்ப்புகள் கிடைச்சதுனால நான் இங்கே சோஷியல் சர்வீஸ் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் செய்து நான் இன்றைக்கி உங்களுக்கு முன்னால் நிற்கிறேன். நாங்கள் வந்து எங்களுடைய திறமைகளை வெளியில் கொண்டு வருவதற்கு, ஒவ்வொரு அகதிகள் அல்லது உள்ளூர் மக்களாக இருந்தால் அவர்களுடைய திறமைகளை வெளியில் கொண்டு வந்து அந்த திறமைகளை உள்ளீடாக வைத்து தான் இந்த UN, உங்களுக்குள்ளே உலகாலும் சக்தி அப்படின்ற ஒரு புக் நான் போகிறச்சே உங்களுக்கு நான் கிஃப்டாக கொடுத்துட்டு ஒன் புக் எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்தேன். அது வந்து அந்த புக் வந்து 1998 வந்து சென்ட் ஜோசப் கல்லூரியில் வந்து அடுத்த அந்த எலியாஸ் அப்படின்ற அவர் வந்து துணை முதல்வராக இருக்கிறார். அவர் தான் அந்த புக்கை வெளியிட்டார். அதுக்கு வந்து சிறந்த தமிழக அரசினுடைய விருது எங்களுக்கு அந்த புக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு. நான் ஏன் இதை சொல்ல வந்தேன்னா, ரிஃப்யூஜிஸ் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது அவங்களோட திறமைகள் வந்து நிறைய இருக்குது அவங்களில். அந்த திறமைகளை வெளியில் கொண்டு வர்றதுக்கு வந்து நம்ம எல்லாருமே ஒரு ஊக்கிகளாக இருக்கணும் அப்படின்றது தான் என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோள்.
She believes that every individual has an offering and a skill that they can offer to others, and irrespective of if they are a refugee or not. And the organization's main focus has been more towards identifying those talents and those skills and bringing it out to the people outside. And she's also brought with her a book called U&U, which has inspired the team and inspired the organization to find the skills and find the talent amongst people and bring it out to the world and help them help themselves. So that's her concluding thoughts.
லாஸ்ட்டாக வந்து ஒரு 4 வரிகளில் ஒரு பாடல் உண்டு அவங்களுக்காக. எங்களுக்காக தியாகங்கள் புரிந்த இந்திய தாயகமே, எங்கள் இன்ப தமிழகமே, உங்களுக்கான நன்றியை மறவோம், உங்களுக்கான நன்றியை மறவோம், ஈழத்தமிழினமே உங்கள் தோழமை வாழினமே உங்கள் தோழமை வாழினமே. பேரினவாத கொடுமையில் நாங்கள் பிரிட்ட போதெல்லாம் இனக்கொலை நேரிட்ட போதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் கோரிட்ட போதெல்லாம் ஓரணியாக திரண்டு நீங்கள் ஓரணியாக திரண்டு நீங்கள் உதவியதை மறவோம் எமக்காய் பதறியதை மறவோம் துடித்து கதறியதை மறவோம். எங்களுக்காக தியாகங்கள் புரிந்த இந்திய தாயகமே எங்கள் இன்ப தமிழகமே உங்களுக்கான நன்றியை மறவோம் உங்களுக்கான நன்றியை மறவோம். ஈழத்தமிழினமே உங்கள் தோழமை வாழினமே உங்கள் தோழமை வாழினமே.
That was a short poem and song where she thanks the nation and the state, India and Tamil Nadu, for hosting them and for being kind to them and for never letting them down in any way. Thank you, Ten Mariaka. Yeah. We will have one question because we're very short on time. If anyone has one question which you would like to ask, we can take that question and Pungoday would be able to answer it for us. Yes. இங்க பின்னாடி இருக்காங்க.
Hi, thank you so much for that. That was very informative and I really appreciate the work that you do. I would like to understand a little more about the sort of legal and administrative issues that refugees face in India. So if you could shed some light on that, that would be great.
So right now, it's a bit complicated because, and this is interesting because even in the CSR law, right, so they have not brought in the word refugees. So in fact, when we were talking to HCL Foundation about can we also, they're funding us to do work for Indian people, but we can't, do that for our refugees. Because the CSR law doesn't have they have every other word, right? But they don't have refugees. So that's one point to note. Now, what is our legal status? We have no legal status. So that's the next interesting thing is that India is not a party to the Convention on Refugees. Therefore, they are basically here just on, a sort of, a humanitarian goodwill of the Indian government. That's the stand. There's no official position for us. So when we come here, for example, when Ms. Senmoli came, she's on what is called a refugee card. So they give every refugee a refugee card. In Tamil, we call that padivu, registration, right? That's all you have, which is one of the most heartbreaking things because I think most of our refugees, their only identity is refugee card number 005. That's all you are, right? And there's nothing much that can be done because we're not a party to this convention. And then again, in our refugee camps as well, every month, they have a head count. So you have to be, while you can go out and work, etc., there is a head count. And if you are not there for the head count for over 3 times, when the government comes in and has the head count, then you lose your registration. And once you lose your registration, then you have no status at all. And then you're in, you can be picked up and put into detention and, all of that. So yes, it's not a very, it's a very difficult life. But again, as I said, I think the people of Tamil Nadu, and if you heard Tenmali's song, right, there's so much of love and gratitude that the Elam Tamil refugees feel for our Tamil Nadu brethren. So, because I think the people, they give us all the support and, go out of their way. And the same way, I think, there was a very beautiful word that, my father, who's a founder of, he said, it's a senjotru kadan, red rice debt. Because the people, like in her story, when she came and she landed on Indian shores, it wasn't government people that came and gave her food. It was a very poor village where the lady, she remembers the lady doesn't even have sari blouses. It's in 1990. They were so poor, but they gave her their rice. What they had, boiled rice, they gave her red rice. So this is that's what we say. It's a senjotru kadan when we work for the Indian people and we give back to the Indian people. So I think we'll end on a positive note, So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Pungode. Romba Nandri Tenmuri. Just a small thank you, token of appreciation. Thank you so much for coming, spending your time here, and hopefully we learned a little bit about the Sri Lankan Tamil refugee situation. So thank you so much. Oh, okay. Romba Nandri. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely, absolutely. And the gift that is there is also made by a Tibetan refugee. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Wonderful event. So best of luck.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for coming.
We have to keep it.
Give me the HTML, I'll do that.
The what?
The Zoom link.
Hello everyone. I'm just here to remind you that we have some goodies, souvenirs here. There are some tote bags, environmental friendly, and some shirts and some calendars that you guys can maybe take a look at. There's also a donation box if you don't want any of the goodies and you would just like to donate and help the cause. Thank you.
Okay, so please don't leave. This is just the start of the event. We've just been through one very engaging chat. We're going to have many more. The next one is going to be, we're going to be talking to refugees directly. 2 of them are going to join us online, but there's one person who's here in person who we're going to be talking to. There's also some again, as somebody said, it's not the right word to say beautiful, but these are really beautiful and telling photographs of refugees, which we have exhibited outside. one of the photographers who's taken the photographs of Rohingya refugees in Delhi is present with us over here, Sujata Setia. The other photographer, David Weston, is not here today, but in case you have a message for any of the photographers after seeing the photographs, please come and talk to them or send us a message. Sujata is here. Sujata, wave. You can definitely talk to her. And yes, please stay with us. We're soon going to start the conversation which we're going to have directly with refugees. Sandeep, I see you. Hello. Photographs? We have 2 minutes.
Hi. Yeah, I'm not very good at impromptu talking, but I'm really, and I can hear myself. I'm truly grateful to the AZADI Foundation and Rethinking Refugees for giving me this opportunity to be able to go and photograph the Rohingya camp in Delhi. And truly being able to collaborate with the people there and be able to express their narrative in some form or the other. For me, as a photographer, the gaze is very important. How is it that I am looking at the participant, and how is it that the participant is responding back to me? So I'll just literally read out what I have written if you guys are okay. It is clear that otherness and photography are fundamentally integrated, in the sense that our lens is trained to provide and extend opportunities to experience things different from home, the other, the exotic. However, through this series, Invisible, I have tried to find an alternative relational approach to the photographic gaze. Through a more ethical, reverse gaze, I have endeavored to recognize the agency of the Rohingya refugees. The photography here, which is the refugees themselves, by a prolonged, uncomfortable stare, can momentarily reverse the relationship between the viewer and themselves. That is to say, the reverse gaze in its various forms can mediate the emerging sense of self of the viewer. My endeavor through this series is not to present a personal, objectified understanding of the Rohingyas. Instead, it is to produce a collaborative account where the protagonist has the power over their own narrative. And that, I believe, is also the objective of this event today. I'm grateful to participate in it.
Okay, so we are starting our session. It's called Stories Beyond the Tent. And as the name suggests, when we are talking about refugee narratives, it's not just about what their lives are when they're living in a refugee camp or in a tent. It is something beyond the tent. And today I would like to introduce you to Adel Al-Baghdadi. Hi, Adel, can you hear me? Okay. Can you increase the volume for him? Can you speak a little bit more? Can you the volume idle or no? This volume has to come out. Okay, now can you speak? Can you guys hear him somewhat? All right. So we will go on with this. So Adel, perhaps we can start with you introducing yourself a little bit. Tell us your story. Adel is from Syria and he lives in the Netherlands right now. He has an organization called We, that focuses on integration between the Dutch citizens and refugees. So Adel, maybe you can start with, yes, how did it all happen and what brought you to the Netherlands?
The refugees in this case, and then started basically to share the stories of the migrants, to give the people a face, to give the people a name, that build the bridge between the hosting society and the newcomers. And that's how it's all started, and then I started the reorganization as bridge to bring people together from different ethnic backgrounds, from different religions, from different backgrounds all together on the human flag, I would say.
So Adel, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about what was your experience when you first came to Netherlands? How were the people? Were they receptive? Were they, did you experience some kind of prejudice or discrimination? Just your first initial impression of how it was when you first came to Netherlands.
The first impression was like a very flat country, very green country, a country full of canals and water. So this was for me the first thing I had to notice. Very quiet country as well. The people in general, I would say, they were welcoming, but then like this is the gap that you see, what you see on screens, so what you see on the news, what you see on social media, what you see on newspapers, and the people that you meet in real life. So that was this kind of mismatching between what you see and read and who are the people that you are interacting with. And of course, like, I mean, everyone is afraid of the unknown. So like, in a way, I can imagine their fear, or I can understand their fear, because like for many people, for many Dutch people, they may never spoke to other, you know, like people who does not look like them. So that was, for me, the motivation basically to let the people know who I am, but who we are also as a refugee. So that was for me really the mission that I took on my shoulders basically, to really connect the people and give voices for the newcomers, for the people who came to the Netherlands, and be, I won't say the speaker for them, but being the person who is able to make the first steps, and then everyone can also join and follow as well.
Okay, thank you, Adel. Maybe on a finishing note, you could briefly tell the audience or give an overview to the audience about what can we do as host citizens, as non the non-hosting citizens, what can we do to bridge the gap between refugees and bridge the us versus me gap? And if there's anything that you would like to tell people, that would be great.
Yeah, of course. For me, I think what really made me feel home here in the Netherlands, like, because for many people, for many refugees, they would come alone because, like, it's quite challenging to bring your family directly with you because it's quite a tough journey to escape your country. So, like, for a lot of, in a lot of cases, the men are like really, they will risk their life to rescue their families. But like when we were in a refugee center, the people from the village where I was, they came to the refugee center and they gave us welcoming ceremony. So like these kind of a small humanitarian, I would say, human approaches basically, this is what really made the huge impact and gave me and everyone that's sitting in that refugee camp that like, okay, we are being seen as human beings. We've been seen as really people who are, can live here, like people welcoming us here. So like, and I won't say an advice, it's like a recommendation, I would say, like really treat the people as human beings, so not as numbers, not as an object, not as really others, trying to see like, okay, if you were in their shoes, what would you like the people to treat you? How would you like the people to treat you? Because like, it could happen to anyone, it could happen to everyone. You know, like for me in 2007, so basically 1 year before everything started in Syria, I would have never imagined myself being a refugee, and I would never imagined myself have to leave my country. So like, I helped other refugees when I was younger. I volunteered to help refugees, but it was more about like, hey, people in need, I need to help them. Never knowing that after a couple of years, I will need to help myself. So like always really put the human approach as a starting point and connect with the people on that level, but also like dare to ask questions. And I think this is what a lot of people sometimes are afraid from basically. That like, oh, I'm afraid maybe it's a sensitive topic, or maybe they don't want to talk about this, or maybe like making assumptions about what the people might want to talk about and may not want to talk about. So like what I would always say, like you always can ask questions, and if the person does not want to answer it, he, she, they can basically say it like, okay, sorry, but this is. Sometimes also what people really need is a listening ear. Like just to connect with the others on a human level, and this is, I think, really.
Thank you so much, Adil, for this. I know it's short and sweet. So we're going to actually move on to Parvana. Why did I say Parvana? Farhana. She is a Rohingya refugee, and we're going to have a chat with her. Feel free to stay and have a listen to her. But thank you so much, and thank you for the amazing work that you're doing. Thank you for the resilience that you've shown towards being citizen right now, right, of the Netherlands? No. Yes, exactly. So thank you again so much. So if you could please give him a round of applause, please.
Thank you for the invitation.
Okay, everybody, thank you for being with us through this. As we promised in the beginning, we're going to be talking about refugees, their lives and their issues based on evidence, based on hard facts, based on real stories. You've heard a few real stories from Ms. Chandra Hassan and the other speaker who came along with her. You heard from Adele. And now we have Farhana Roshan here with us. She's a 19-year-old Rohingya refugee, and I would say she kind of debunks every misinformation that is out there about Rohingya refugees. So it's an absolute delight and honor to have you here.
Thank you.
I'm going to do like a 2-second quick introduction to you. She's probably one of the first women Rohingya refugees in India to have finished her high school. She's got a full scholarship to go to British Columbia in Canada to do her undergrad. And not only that, through the pandemic, she has done community building and engaged other young people and worked with the Rohingya community to be aware of how to stay safe during the pandemic and also issues on gender-based violence. Thank you for joining us. So tell us first, we'll come to the good part later, but we want to know about the hard part. और अगर हिंदी में आपके लिए आसान है तो आप हिंदी में बात कीजिए, मैं ट्रांसलेट कर दूंगी। तो आप बताइए हमें शुरू में कि आप क्या उम्र थी आपकी जब आप म्यांमार से आए और म्यांमार में क्या प्रॉब्लम्स थी और जर्नी में क्या प्रॉब्लम हुई इंडिया तक आने में। So I'm asking her what were the challenges that she faced as she was trying to flee Myanmar and what was the journey like to get to India?
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले तो आपने मुझे यहाँ पर इनवाइट किया और फिर अपने जर्नी को बोलने का एक मौका दिया और मैं लोगों को इतने सारे लोगों के सामने बैठकर अपनी जर्नी बताने का मौका दिया, उसके लिए बहुत ज़्यादा तहे दिल से शुक्रिया आप लोगों की। मेरा नाम फरहाना रोशन है, मैं हैदराबाद बालापुर रॉयल कॉलोनी में रहती हूँ। जब मैं 10 इयर्स की थी तब हमारे म्यांमार में 2013 में, उससे पहले से लड़ाई शुरू हो गई थी हम हिंदूस बुद्धिस्ट और हमारे बीच मुस्लिम्स के बीच। 2013 में जैसे हमारे गांव में आया और वहाँ पर हम जब पढ़ते थे, हमारे भाई बहन हमारे बड़े जो सिस्टर्स थे वो लोग कोई जॉब करते थे, कोई पढ़ाई करते थे। मैं छोटी थी इसलिए मैं प्राइमरी क्लास में मुझे एडमिशन मिला था और सडनली सब कुछ चेंज हो गया था हमारे पास। जैसे कि स्कूल नहीं जाना, अगर गए तो भी बहुत सारे पर्सनल चीज़ें चेकिंग हो रही थी स्कूल्स में, जिसकी वजह से हमें स्कूल से ड्रॉप आउट कर लिया गया था।
एक मिनट, I'll translate till here. So she's saying when she was in 2012 and 2013 when she was studying in Myanmar, the situation suddenly drastically changed, and even though she was in primary school, they were forced to drop out of school.
फिर उसके बाद हमने ऐसा मतलब सोचा, हमने नहीं हमारे पेरेंट्स ने सोचा कि अगर इस तरह की फ्यूचर हम सबके होंगे तो फिर हमारे लाइफ क्या है, आगे जाके हमारा फ्यूचर कुछ नहीं होगा। वो सोचकर हमारे पेरेंट्स ने डिसाइड किया कि बहुत ज़्यादा जुल्म होने से पहले हम यहाँ से बांग्लादेश में चले जाते हैं, चाहे उसके लिए कितना भी रिस्क क्यों ना उठाना पड़े। तो फिर उसके बाद मेरे पेरेंट्स ने डिसाइड कर लिया था कि हम रोहिंग्या म्यांमार छोड़ देंगे और बांग्लादेश चले जाएंगे। फिर उसके बाद हमने 2013 में रोहिंग्या वो हमारा जो भी एरिया था रोहिंग्या कम्युनिटी वो छोड़कर हम बांग्लादेश के लिए निकले। और जैसे ही बांग्लादेश के लिए निकले, रास्ता तो आसान नहीं है क्योंकि बॉर्डर क्रॉस करना सबसे बड़ा रिस्क का काम है। वहाँ पर कुछ भी हो सकता है, कोई भी हमें गोली मार सकते हैं। बॉर्डर बहुत ज़्यादा ख़तरनाक है। एक तो चोरी से आओ, दूसरे रात के टाइम पे आओ, तीसरा रेनी सीजन चल रहा था जब हम वहाँ से आ रहे थे और साथ में ना कुछ खाने के लिए ले पाए थे ना कुछ रहने का कोई ठिकाना था, बस ऐसे चल पड़े हम। और फिर उसके बाद बॉर्डर तक आए, म्यांमार के एक समंदर के पास पहुँचे हम पूरे फैमिली, 2 ट्विंस सिस्टर्स को लेके, बहुत छोटे थे वो लोग। और उस टाइम पे हमारा कोई सहारा ही नहीं था। हम अपने मम्मी के साथ एकदम छोटे छोटे थे, बारिश हो रही थी उस टाइम, ना खाने को कुछ थे ना पीने को कुछ थे। इस तरह की ये सिर्फ हमारी कहानी नहीं है, ये हर रोहिंग्या रिफ्यूजीज़ की कहानी है। सिर्फ रोहिंग्या नहीं, हर रिफ्यूजीज़ की कहानी है ये, कि मतलब इस तरह की जब बॉर्डर क्रॉस करते हैं एक कंट्री से दूसरी कंट्री में आके अपना सहारा ढूंढते हैं, तो ये हर एक के प्रॉब्लम है। जो मैंने फेस किया वो हर किसी ने फेस किया।
मैं यहाँ तक explain करती हूँ. So she's saying that when the children had to drop out of school and the violence and the persecution was increasing, her parents decided there's no point living in a country where children don't have right to an education, so they decided to move despite knowing about the risks. I'm saying it quickly so that we can save on time. And so she and her family decided to move across get across. Sorry, can you hear me? Oh, so sorry. So she and her family decided to cross the border, and she talks about the border crossing, which was extremely challenging. She was 9 years old.
10 years.
She was 10 years old, and she had younger siblings, and it was raining, and they did not have food for many days. But the bigger challenge is that they have to do this stealthily, because crossing the border is not legal. They have to cross it illegally, and that is a challenge, and there is a risk of them being shot or killed anytime. She says that's not just their story, that's the story of every Rohingya refugee. In fact, that's the story of every refugee in the world.
फिर उसके बाद हम लोगों ने बॉर्डर क्रॉस किया। बहुत सारे दिन गुजर चुके थे हमें कोई सहारा के बिना। फिर उसके बाद जाके हमने बांग्लादेश में एक कुछ रोहिंग्या रहते थे वहाँ जाकर 1 महीने सेटल होने के लिए लगा। फिर उसके बाद जब हम पढ़ाई के लिए एडमिशन लेने के लिए इधर उधर देख रहे थे, तो वहाँ पर हमारे पास कोई डॉक्यूमेंट ही नहीं था। कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स के बिना हम अपनी पढ़ाई कंप्लीट नहीं कर सकते थे। उस तरह के सिचुएशन आने लगे। फिर मेरे पेरेंट्स ने बोला कि अगर बच्चों का एजुकेशन म्यांमार में नहीं था, इसलिए हम यहाँ बांग्लादेश है, यहाँ पर भी नहीं है। एक तो रहने के लिए वहाँ पर प्रॉपर फैसिलिटी नहीं था, वाटर, खाने को लेकर स्कूल्स, कोई प्रॉपर कुछ नहीं था। फिर उसके बाद हम लोगों ने डिसाइड किया कि चलो अब जब एक बॉर्डर क्रॉस ही किया है, तो फिर बच्चों के लाइफ को हम फ्यूचर को ब्राइट बनाने के लिए एक और रिस्क उठा लेते हैं। फिर उसके बाद हमने बांग्लादेश से इंडिया के बॉर्डर क्रॉस किया। वो भी इलीगली है, लेकिन हमें किसी भी तरह से अपना लाइफ जो है सेव करना था। और ऐसा ही हम अपने लाइफ को अगर मतलब उस तरह के रिस्क जब नहीं उठाते, तो आज हमारे पास 1-2 बच्चे होते, शादीशुदा हो जाते, और एक जो लाइफ है वो एक पिंजरे की तरह बंद हो जाते। तो
So she's saying once they reached Cox's Bazar, Bangladesh, the challenges were the same. They didn't have access to education. In fact, the living conditions were also very terrible. So her parents decided if they've crossed one border illegally, taking the risk, why not cross another border and get to India and see if the circumstances are better there? And she says if they wouldn't have taken those risks at that time, today she would not have been here. Instead, she would have been married, because a lot of them go through child marriage, and probably she would have had children. Farhana, let's come to the part in India. Why don't you tell us about the parts when after coming to India, what were the challenges that you faced even to kind of continue your education in terms of documentation, in terms of any kind of access to anything?
फिर उसके बाद हम धीरे धीरे करके इंडिया तक पहुँचे, दिल्ली, हरियाणा। यहाँ पर जब आए थे आधार कार्ड के बिना तो कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते। फिर उसके बाद हमारे पढ़ाई का क्या होगा, बहुत ज़्यादा सोच में थे हमारे पेरेंट्स। उस टाइम पे कोई डोनेट आए थे हमारे पास, और एजुकेशन के लिए पूछकर हमें हैदराबाद में रेसिडेंशियल हॉस्टल में लेकर आए थे पढ़ाने के लिए। और जैसे जैसे हम पढ़ते गए, प्राइमरी क्लास में ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था। जब हम इतने इंटरेस्ट से पढ़ते हुए 10th तक आए, और फिर वहाँ पर आके हम अटक गए। बोल रहे थे कि आप लोगों के पास कोई आधार नहीं है। अगर कहीं आप जॉब के लिए जाओ, सबसे पहले आधार कार्ड पूछते। कहीं आप पहले एग्ज़ाम लिखने जाओ, आधार कार्ड पूछते। अगर आपको छोटी सी एक सिम खरीदना है, वो तो आधार कार्ड के बिना यहाँ पर नहीं होगा, लेकिन वो हमारे पास कुछ नहीं था। फिर उसके बाद अगर आप किसी एक गैस की सिलेंडर तक खरीद नहीं सकते, क्योंकि हमारे पास जो UNHCR कार्ड है वो एक ऐसा कार्ड है जिससे हम यहाँ पर रह सकते हैं बस। उससे ना कोई हम बैंक अकाउंट बना सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं कर सकते। तो ये सब चीज़ें दिन पे दिन बढ़ते गए। और फिर एक तो हमारे कम्युनिटी में पढ़ाई को लेकर इतना ज़्यादा वो नहीं देते कि मतलब लड़कियां नहीं पढ़ना चाहिए, बाहर नहीं जाना चाहिए और जल्द से जल्द शादी करा देना चाहिए, क्योंकि लड़कियां जो है वो पराया धन है, ऐसा समझते हैं। अभी भी यही लोगों का सोच है। तो ऊपर से जब हम पढ़ रहे थे, लोग हमारा एग्जाम्पल दूसरों को दे रहे थे कि हाँ इसकी बेटी पढ़ रही है स्कूल में जाकर, और फिर हम भी अपने बच्चों को आगे पढ़ा सकते हैं। जब मेरी बारी आई है आगे बढ़ने की, फिर आधार कार्ड को लेकर मैं फंस गई थी। 10th क्लास की बोर्ड एग्ज़ाम लिख नहीं पा रही थी। फिर उसकी वजह से मुझे जिस हॉस्टल ने मुझे शुरू से लेकर 9th क्लास तक हर फैसिलिटी के साथ यहाँ पढ़ाया, वही हॉस्टल में मैं 10th क्लास नहीं लिख पाई। बहुत ज़्यादा हार्ट ब्रोकन वो हुआ था, क्योंकि वो हॉस्टल से एक अलग लगाव हो गया था, जिसने इतना सपोर्ट दिया हम रिफ्यूजीज़ को। सिर्फ मुझे नहीं, हम रिफ्यूजीज़ को बहुत सारा सपोर्ट किया था। फिर उसके बाद वो हॉस्टल से मुझे सडनली निकल जाना पड़ा ताकि मेरे एजुकेशन बर्बाद ना हो। ऑलरेडी मैंने माइग्रेशन के ज़रिए म्यांमार से बांग्लादेश, बांग्लादेश से इंडिया के इस माइग्रेशन के दौरान मेरा 1 साल छूट गया था पढ़ाई को लेकर। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डर गई थी कि कहीं पीछे ना रह जाऊं, मगर हमारे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे इतना स्ट्रांगली ऐसा सपोर्ट किया है कि सिचुएशन कहीं भी हो लेकिन हार नहीं मानना चाहिए। फिर उसके बाद मैंने अपनी 10th क्लास UNHCR कार्ड के ज़रिए लिख पाया था। लेकिन फ़िलहाल गवर्नमेंट में, यहाँ के इंडिया की गवर्नमेंट ने हमें बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट किया हर चीज़ को लेकर। बट बोलते हैं ना कि हर ह्यूमन्स को, जो भी ह्यूमन बींग्स है, सबको एक राइट होता है पढ़ने के लिए, चाहे वो रिफ्यूजी हो या फिर कोई भी हो। उसका जो पढ़ाई का हक है वो नहीं छीना जाता। लेकिन हम यहाँ पर 12th के बाद आगे नहीं पढ़ सकते। डिग्री के में कोई भी, मैंने इतना ज़्यादा जाकर, सिर्फ मैंने नहीं, मेरे साथ जो भी जिसने भी एग्ज़ाम लिखा है, बहुत ज़्यादा कोशिश किया था जाकर डिग्री में। कोई आधार कार्ड के बिना हमें एडमिशन नहीं दिया। मुझे तो एक स्कॉलरशिप के ज़रिए कोई ना कोई रास्ता मिला है, कनाडा में जाकर पढ़ूंगी। लेकिन अगर बात सिर्फ मेरे नहीं है, मेरे जैसे हमारे कम्युनिटी में कई सारे लोग हैं जो पढ़ना चाहते हैं, डॉक्टर बनना चाहते हैं, इंजीनियर बनना चाहते हैं। कई सारे लोग हैं जो बड़े बड़े सपना देख रहे हैं, अपने माँ बाप के सपना पूरा करना चाहते हैं। लेकिन जब अगर आपको पढ़ाई का मौका ही नहीं मिले तो फिर आप उस तरह के सपने को कैसा पूरा करोगे। हम जैसे रिफ्यूजीज़ की लाइफ जीना बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है। बोलते हैं ना हर चीज़ की फ्रीडम है, लेकिन जब हमारे पास सबसे कीमती चीज़ एजुकेशन ही ना हो तो फिर हम कैसा पढ़ेंगे। ये लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स, ये डॉक्यूमेंटेशन की वजह से हमारा सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम अब हम फेस कर रहे हैं इंडिया में। यही सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है हमारे लाइफ का।
So she spoke extremely impactfully and powerfully. I'm going to try my best to translate that in English quickly. She says that her parents and many parents like her parents have made the hard journey just so they can provide education to their children. But even after coming to India, the challenge with documentations, for example, not being able to access an Aadhaar card, which becomes a crucial documentation to appear for the 10th board or the state board examinations, is very challenging. Even for her, it was extremely challenging. Even though she kind of got to the 10th grade, she could not appear for the 10th grade examination from the school that she was going to because she didn't have the documentation. She had to move schools, and then with the support of UNHCR, she could appear for her 10th high school examination. But she's saying this is not just the story about her. She had the support, and she has has now received the scholarship to go to Canada and to study. But there's so many others like her, so many other children, so many other parents who have actually made these difficult journeys just so they can provide education to the next generation, who don't have this access, who don't have access to education because they don't have documentation. And I think that's the concern she's raising. She's saying if the most important, and she says the most precious thing, which is education, if that's what we can't access, then we don't have anything. Right, Farhana? We'll do one question from the audience. I'm sorry, just because we are very short on time, and then we'll wrap this up. Anybody has a question for Farhana? Okay, so anyone? I guess not, Farhana. I think you were very, very articulate. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
you checked your schedules, technically we are supposed to have a documentary screening, for a 20-minute documentary screening, but we just took the impromptu decision to move it to tomorrow so that we have more time for today. Because at the end of the day, starting at 7 p.m., we have another concert. That yesterday was a huge success, and today we have 4 bands playing right over here, so it would be a charity concert. So we want to make sure that that happens. Therefore, the documentary is moved to tomorrow's schedule. And in the meantime, if you would like to donate your time in going and checking out the merchandise over there. It's very simple stuff, this eco-friendly bag, t-shirts and a calendar, but any kind of financial support would help in bringing our budget closer to what we have in mind so that we can help the Rohingya communities in Chennai and in Delhi. So we are now going to move on with our next panel, and Priyali will.
Esther, first is ICE's presentation. You both can take this chair. I just want to, can you show which one is?
This one?
So we're very fortunate to have ActionAid India as one of our partner organizations, and we have Ice Malhotra, who's a Research and Program Implementation Officer with ActionAid Association India. We also have Esther Maria Selvam, and I'm sure, Esther, I said that wrongly, so please bear with me, who's also an Associate Director at ActionAid India. So ActionAid India is doing the first national survey on refugees in India. And so they're going to be talking a little bit about that survey and the data and the statistics around it, right? So Ice, over to you.
Thanks. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So before I get into it, a little bit about the study. So we're doing this study with the National Human Rights Commission. And the idea is to, the reason why we took this up was because there's a serious dearth of literature available on a large number of refugee groups that reside in India. And while India has a rich history of taking in refugees, the response and the receiving mechanisms have varied and have been different for different groups. So the purpose of this study is to measure the kind of access, if at all differential, to education, healthcare. We're actually carrying this out right now, so I will not be able to share the data that has come out because we're still in the process of collecting that data. And yeah, these are just some numbers. I'm going to really rush through because we're on a tight schedule, so I won't go through the numbers, but yeah, thanks. So the refugee groups, we all know that there is no refugee law. India has not signed the convention, and the government has dealt with refugees on a case-by-case basis in a varied manner. And that, of course, is a challenge. There is no real framework to rely on. There's no clear access to any social security schemes. There's no clear access to things like education, as we just heard for like the Rohingya community because of the lack of Aadhaar cards. So women refugees, of course, have are double marginalized, they're under a double jeopardy, so they have different kinds of challenges. And the pandemic especially also really exacerbated the challenges that refugees face when you, I mean, of course, it was terrible for everybody, but the refugees were at a worse, sort of disadvantage. Yeah, so there's a big knowledge gap. There is very low availability of literature, apart from on Tamil, Sri Lankan Tamil refugees and Tibetan refugees, because the receiving mechanisms have been wonderful if you compare it to other groups. And there is a lot of documentation, and there are studies that have been done on these two groups as well. So the groups that I'll get into the groups that we're also undertaking. I mean, we're going to be, the kind of methodology that we're using is a mixed one. So we have a questionnaire where we document, where we try to understand, the living conditions, the income, the kind of employment that people are engaged in, how they have accessed that employment, where they're studying, how they've accessed that education. And so one aspect is to understand that. The other aspect is to understand how they have access to healthcare, and what was the impact of COVID on their lives. And of course, then the general socio-economic conditions of these refugee groups. So the groups that we are covering, I think I'd like to go there first. Yeah. So we're covering Tamil, Sri Lankan Tamil refugees, Tibetan refugees based in Himachal and Delhi, Chakma refugees, Hajong refugees. This is being done in the northeast, in Assam, Manipur, Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram as well, Chin refugees as well, Afghan refugees based in Delhi, Rohingya refugees based in Haryana, and also in Delhi as well, and Pakistani Hindus who are based mostly in Rajasthan. And apart from the survey, we also have qualitative data collection tools like focus group discussions and in-depth interviews to get a better understanding of the lived experiences and the daily experiences of people, and a more sort of understanding into not just in terms of numbers and in terms of what all benefits and schemes they've been able to access, but also how welcome do they feel here, how secure do they feel here, if at all, and what is their experience like in terms of their daily negotiations in life, or any kinds of discrimination when it comes to accessing certain things when compared to the local population. So yeah, if I go back, so yeah, we have a participatory process. Every tool that we've been using has been developed in consultation with refugee community leaders that we work with, as well as academicians or people who are in the administrative services, who are in the local district administration, who would have to interact with refugees on a regular basis. So it's been a very participative process. We've done the literature survey, which was challenging for certain groups. It was easier so for, say, Tibetan and Tamil groups, but for the other groups, it's been fairly challenging. I already mentioned we have FGDs and case studies. We're using Kobo, which is easy because we're conducting this across 8 states in India. So we have our enumerators, who are people who are, either from the refugee groups themselves, because obviously there's a lot of mistrust, when you're talking about such sensitive information. So it's important to have people who are already rooted in the community, who have that kind of relationship. So the people that who are our enumerators are mostly a member of the refugee group themselves. And we've used stratified sampling method to to identify respondents for this study. I've already shared where we're doing it. Yeah, and I'm just coming to an end now. So the significance of the study, of course, is, we really hope that we move towards some sort of legal framework, if not the Refugee Convention, that at least a national framework within India to, govern the entry of refugees and the safe and secure stay of refugees. And if there is any repatriation, then it must be done by choice. So that's what we hope for. And we hope that this study provides that kind of a basis to understand, that how, whether our social security schemes that we have currently are inclusive towards refugees, what are the gaps, whether they can, how they can be addressed. So, of course, firstly would be knowledge creation, to have data and have that information with us, and compare the different refugee groups and understand why it has been different, if at all. Those are findings that will come out after we're done. And lastly, of course, considering that this is with the National Human Rights Commission, we do hope that some sort of advice and suggestions can come out of this for policy makers, and feed into the larger, into the beginning of a policy frame, like the formation of a policy framework for refugees. I think, yeah, these are just some large themes that we're trying to cover in outside the questionnaire, because obviously these are not things that you can cover objectively, but discrimination, violence, reproductive health, maternal health, community networks, what kind of networks are already in place for people to access certain benefits, negotiation with the host community, interaction with the authorities, because that's something that for some groups there is a lot more interaction with authorities, and for the others it's not required. You know, that kind of monitoring, that kind of surveillance is not there. So to cover that as well. And that's all. I would like to pass on to my colleague Esther now.
How to move this, yeah.
Just thank you.
Yeah. Okay, very good afternoon to everyone. After listening to the personal testimonies of people who are actually having the refugee status, it was quite moving to know about them. And our little effort is actually to have primary data so that that can actually provide a substantial evidence for evolving policy. And this is basically our humble experience of doing this study in the state of Tamil Nadu. And I'm happy to share here that this study is not just ActionAid Association alone doing in the state of Tamil Nadu. It's very much in collaboration with the Commissionerate of Rehabilitation and Welfare for the non-residents Tamil. So it's very much in collaboration with the state that we are doing this study. And we are sure and we are confident that definitely the data that we are going to bring in, it's going to contribute for evolving strong policies for refugees to fulfill their rights. It's basically across Tamil Nadu, where all this camp is actually located. It's just the pictorial representation of the different districts where we have the camps in Tamil Nadu. These are some of the, it's around 29 districts where these camps are in existence. However, we will not be able to cover all the camps. Therefore, we just confined ourselves to few districts and few camps where we have actually did the primary data collection. The total number of districts where these camps exist is around 29. And the total number of camps are around 106. And the number of camps that we have taken into consideration for part of our study is around 23. Basically, through this study, what we have come to know about is a kind of living condition, as already it's been shared by Ms. Chandrahasan. It's basically like again and again it's been very much highlighted that they have a very limited access to education basically. For varied reason, and primarily for lack of Aadhaar card. However, I mean, this whole study, like particularly in the state of Tamil Nadu, it's focusing on Sri Lankan refugees. And as all of us are aware that considering Tamil Nadu being a progressive state, there are very many schemes actually for the welfare of the Sri Lankan refugees have been brought in this particular state. And we also believe that this progressiveness could actually lead for the other state also to have a way forward. Also, it can greatly contribute for the evolving of the policy. And some of the challenges faced by the refugees which we have actually come across during the data collection is they totally lack access to basic amenities. Like for example, as they have already shared that in terms of housing, like 10 by 10 only their size of the house, where almost about 4 to 5 families live together. Like since then, it's almost more than 3-4 decades they have been living here. And in that, like their children got married and their relatives, like that 3-4 families in such small space. And their testimony is that they struggle to actually live in that smaller space with their children. And the toilet also, they actually between two houses it's being shared, and it really poses a lot of challenges for so many people are residing in the houses. And of course, as she has said that everyone is actually identified by their identity number, like the refugee status, as soon as they come in. And already as it's been shared that all of them have come via the country boat from Sri Lanka as refugees. The kind of struggle they have come in, and in the camps, they have a lot of challenges. And one striking thing that we have come across is like many of the inmates, like pertaining to women, some of them found to be single. Like either their spouses would have gone to some other camps, or they would have met with an accident, and therefore they are actually being single, and with their children they struggle a lot. And major challenge for them is access to livelihood. And it's really heartbreaking to hear from them, like they were saying, like some of them actually, they have very good talents. They have lot of potentials within them. Some of the children have actually even secured gold medal and all that. But still, after securing such a higher education also, I mean, of course, she has also said, like Tamil Nadu government has actually paved way for securing higher education for the children of Sri Lankan refugees. And after all that struggle, they are not actually find a decent job. And most of them actually, what they have shared is, most of them end up in working in an informal sector, or I mean, some of the highly educated people also get into painting and things like that. And that is actually a major challenge for them. And another, even when they go to school or for work, what they say is, like, for lack of Aadhaar card, they are not able to actually procure their vehicles for them to travel. And the public transportation also for the people of the inmates are quite challenging. So it's really like, how their access to the various, like be it health or education, it's all been deprived because for lack of Aadhaar card, and they are not able to procure vehicles, and they are not able to purchase a house. And of course, the toilet thing is another thing. And what they are actually saying is, like, after living here for more than 30-40 years, okay, fine, our life is gone, but at least for our children, we would like to have citizenship rights. That is what really they are earning for. And I mean, that is the primary demand and the recommendation that they would like to give. And they don't want, and another thing is, like, they don't want to go back to Sri Lanka. That is what from our primary data collection that we have come to know. They very much wanted to be settled in India. And they constantly they live in a fear that they don't know when they will be relocated, where they will be relocated. So that they live with such kind of a fear, which is actually not very good for their mental health. And yeah, these are some of the things. And yeah, and they said, like, the children, some of them, because the school is located far away, and they are not able to, they don't own any private vehicles. Even they couldn't afford to go by the private autos. So that the poverty and lack of transport facilities forces the family to actually make their children to discontinue their studies. To such an extent they actually driven, and many children actually they have to drop out of the school because of such condition that prevails, and even at the age of 14. And yeah, in some locations they have to write to the district collectors and all. And they were, I mean, I'm not only narrating the negative stories of the people with whom we have interacted, there are also positive sides to it. As I have already said that Tamil Nadu government being a progressive government, there are so many positive things have actually happened. Like, as they have already said that thousands of children were able to actually get into higher education, and likewise they were able to actually access welfare schemes. And Tamil Nadu government recently also has come forward to actually build houses for them. So as I said that they do, part of them are facing these challenges of housing. And in another different districts that we have done, in one of the districts, like 3,500 houses have been constructed for the Sri Lankan refugees, which has been recently given it to them. And yeah, single women issues another thing. So these are the, some of them also like who are located near the Tirupur districts, and where there are access for jobs, they are able to actually get into jobs. So basically, from our this first-hand information, it's only the interview is data collection is over. Still, we are awaiting our qualitative process of data collection, which includes actually the focus group discussion and case study collection. From so far, like as I've already mentioned, like we have also heard from the others that the primary thing is like they would like to have the citizenship rights, and they would like to have the various legal documents, and they would like to, some of them still, they would like to access the various government schemes. Of course, during the COVID time, it was a great challenge for them in terms of accessing the thing. They were also, they expressed their desire to have the right to vote. As we have already heard that two things which was very striking for them to have this riot in Sri Lanka was, one is to have the parity on language, as well as another one was actually they were demanding for their right to vote. The same thing they actually demand here. Unless and otherwise they are able to take part in the decision-making process, they cannot actually get their rights fully. And these are the other challenges, as I have said. So this is the initial thing that which we have actually come across. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Ice, and thanks ActionAid India Association for actually doing this survey and also coming here, partnering with us and presenting this. Our next speaker is Kavita Krishnan, who is a scholar, an activist, a political leader. She was supposed to be here in person, but due to some health issues, unfortunately has not been able to make it in person. So she is going to be joining us online. Esther, Ice, your speaker presence as a token of our appreciation, please. These are small presents which are made by a Tibetan refugee. Also, for everybody who's in the audience, after Kavita Krishnan, we are going to have Arivu come here in person and talk. I think Chennai knows Arivu pretty well, right? Yes? Okay, great. That's good. Because I wanted to hear that excitement when I said Arivu, but I wasn't getting that from you all. So anyway, so we have two more talks for today. We have Kavita Krishnan starting very soon, and soon after that we have Arivu. We also have photos exhibited outside. So as and when you feel like taking a break, just walk outside, stroll outside, see the photographs of Rohingya refugees from Chennai, from Delhi, taken by photographers Sujata Setia and David Weston. The photographs have been compiled into small 2023 calendars, which are right here. They don't cost much. They cost only 300 rupees, and every penny that you spend is going to go for refugee causes. So please buy the calendars. Please buy the t-shirts. We have tote bags. I have done my sales pitch. Please go buy. Okay. Sindhu, how far are we from the talk with Kavita? Okay. Anybody, any questions about the event? Yeah. Yes. Do you have a question just generally?
So I understand that not everyone is around who has presented, but that's okay. I just thought I'll let, unleash the question, if you will. So it's interesting because refugees basically now have two homes, right? Or none. I mean, the way you look at it. So you have the destiny country, and you have the destination country, and you have the home country. But all of these presentations that we have seen are talking from the destination country perspective. I want to know if there are people who are doing things in the home country. Um, and what are the kind of things that people do in the home country for refugees who have left? Sumanya.
Sumanya, can you give like a one-line introduction to yourself?
Okay. My name is Sumanya. I work for an organization in Chennai called Madi Foundation.
Great. Thanks, Sumanya. It's a brilliant question. I'm sure I'm not in a position to answer that because I always my organization works for refugees, right? So we call them refugees when they have left their home country. So, but are there organizations that are working with people in the countries so that the persecuted and the marginalized communities don't leave? For sure there are. If you think about countries, for example, Myanmar or even Afghanistan or Ukraine or Syria, there are host organizations that are working so that more of the migration doesn't happen, right? So people feel more supported. Thank you for that question. We do have our next speaker, Kavita Krishnan, and Sindhu is going to moderate it.
Hi, Kavita. Can you hear me at this point?
Hi. Yeah, hi.
Perfect.
Hi. Yeah.
Can you do the speaker mode for her so that people can see? Okay, so Kavita
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. So just a brief introduction to Kavita Krishnan. She's a women's rights activist, politician, and author who publicized the problem of violence against women, especially after the brutal gang rape and murder of Nirbhaya in 2012. She has contributed substantially to shaping the discourse of the anti-rape movement. Her demand for women to enjoy freedom without fear became a rallying point around the country. Kavita is also the secretary of the All India Progressive Women's Association. Her critically acclaimed book, Fearless Freedom, was published in 2020 and delves into the personal and political repercussions of erasing women from public spaces. So Kavita is here today, and she's just going to give you a brief overview of what the situation is in India when concerning attitudes towards refugees in India. Thank you, Kavita. The digital floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I so wish that I could have been in Chennai in person and been part of this extremely important and timely conference. One of the reasons I think so is because I think it's important is because the issue of immigrants and refugees and asylum seekers as a political issue, as a political flashpoint, I think that is very well recognized in Europe, in the US, and so on. But I think that in India and more generally in South Asia, I think this issue and what kind of politics revolves around this issue does not get as much attention in the eyes of the world as it should. So I'll try and just make a few points and about what I think. So I think that let me first make some points which pertain to the attitude to refugees in India prior to, let's say, 2014. So I think that I major instances of refugees seeking refuge in India was that of the Sri Lankan Tamils who were fleeing tremendous persecution and genocide and conflict. So the thing is that even then, I think that the idea that refugees from Tamil refugees that issue had some positive resonance in Tamil Nadu politics. And as a result, you had refugee camps in Tamil Nadu and so on. But I think that in subsequent years, as we know that even now, the kind of conditions in those camps, the kind of rights that those refugees would enjoy, all of them, I think, it would class as a scandal, absolutely. Of course, there were, every government in Tamil Nadu would compete to offer some, kind of bare minimum subsistence. And it would be, a political issue about which you could speak very openly in Tamil Nadu. And because of that, even in India, it was not something that received hate or received attacks of that kind. But, we all know that the right, for instance, to livelihood, this was denied for most of the refugees in any real sense. And so even someone with a far better education would have to do manual work. I'm so sorry, have to do manual work and so on. And you have that situation even now. So you have a situation where, the children of refugees born in India who have known no life except in India, they still are, they are denied citizenship. And and even something, even if a child born in India of Sri Lankan Tamil refugee parents gets a scholarship, say, to study abroad, the relevant papers that she needs in order to go there, those would not be made available to her, because the only papers she would be allowed to have would be those that would return her to Sri Lanka. And so these are this is an instance of even the refugees who have some kind of political and social acceptance. Those who are not, those whose name is not a byword for, like a trigger for hatred, and it's not used as a slur. Even for them, I think that the situation in India, the apathy in India towards the plight of these refugees, beyond some, whatever, good words about how these refugees have suffered and how the Tamil people are being subject to persecution, those are things that would be said in words. But when it came to translating it into action, this did not happen. In general, we know that India is not a signatory to the United Nations Convention on status of Refugees. This is the 1951 convention, not to its 1967 protocol. And so the failure to be a signatory to to this convention means that different governments are able to interpret the state's attitude towards this or that section of refugees based on their respective political or geopolitical considerations. And political attitudes, the attitude of governments and, that and the attitude of political forces, that of course shapes a public response, very often shapes the social attitudes as well. Because for the most part, I think that, refugees are sort of neither seen nor heard. So in society, their visibility, their, they don't impinge on the consciousness of people at large too much. The times when they would impinge is when they would be demonized as a threat to either the security of the country or to the, a burden on the resources of the country, or as a political sort of point of political virtue signaling, which it was in the case of the Tamil refugees, of course, but also in the case of other sections of refugees, which I'll come to. So that kind of virtue signaling apart, there would be a lot of politics which engendered hostility to refugees. And where neither of these was the case, there was generally apathy. And so the conditions of refugees in India, even prior to 2014, when they did not figure very much in the political speeches and so on, meant that essentially they would live a very liminal life. a life where they would not really, they may be able to barely survive. But in terms of dignity, in terms of the right to livelihood, in terms of the right to education and the right to just everything that makes up a whole and dignified life, that would generally be difficult to obtain. Certainly not something that they could take for granted. Um, Again, I should also mention here that we are talking about refugees, asylum seekers, etc. But I think that in India, especially, and I'm sure elsewhere as well, there is a blurring of the lines between immigrants and refugees. So there are immigrants, there are refugees who are fleeing obvious persecution, the threat to their life, hateful laws that do not recognize, so statelessness and so on. But also you have immigrants who are coming in for a variety of reasons. One reason could be that they are a minority and they face various degrees of persecution or discrimination. But there are also obviously immigrants who come due to other reasons. For instance, to flee, economic hardships which make it difficult for them to survive. Even when it comes to Tamil refugees from Sri Lanka, for instance, in more recent years, they have been driven to Indian shores by hunger more than by persecution in more recent years. Now, the point is that it takes obviously a sensitivity to recognize that even that hunger, that there is a structural reason for that hunger, and it cannot be entirely separated from the history of persecution, the history of genocide, the history of and the continued discrimination today. We know that very well. Even if we look around in India, then the communities which are which are economically worst off, are also communities that that have faced various kinds of and continue to face various kinds of persecution, violence, and discrimination. So I think that in India, even the category of immigrants is something, again, which is left to policy regarding that is basically left to various kinds of political or geopolitical considerations. Now, since 2014, I think that what we have. Okay. So before 2014, you did have certain sections, of the Indian Constitution, which you could say, have impinge upon the rights of refugees, or from which one could argue, take bits and pieces and argue for the rights of refugees. But I think the entire field was contaminated, let's say. The political discourse was contaminated around this. The constitutional discourse around the category of refugee or asylum seeker or immigrant was contaminated by the fact that they were essentially referred to as aliens. And so the idea that human beings can be either citizens or aliens is itself I would argue, a violation of human rights. Because if we recognize that human rights are not something that are conferred upon by a constitution or by the belonging to a state, but that they are rights that a human being is born with. And therefore, every human being, there is no such thing as an illegal human being, as an illegal immigrant, as an alien. So the idea that there should be a policy in general that recognizes the humanity and therefore the dignity of a person who has come from another country, either as a refugee or asylum seeker or as an immigrant, is something which was missing in the constitutional discourse. One of the laws that dealt with this was the Foreigners Act. In more recent times, we have become more acutely aware of how the Foreigners Act is used, for instance, in the Northeast, in Assam, to deal with quite separate from the NRC. The Foreigners Act preceded the National Register of Citizens. So the use of the Foreigners Act to basically detain people who were suspected of being aliens and held in detention and then subjected to a process of determination of whether they are aliens or not, a process which was completely devoid of any kind of procedural or a substantive justice, but which was ridden with all kinds of prejudices and so on, and that the people who would be the arbiters of life and death for these individuals would be essentially people who were not even having a basic legal training. And occasionally, there would be competitions about, okay, how many wickets did you get? So how many wickets did you get means how many could you declare to be not Indian? How many could you find that they are foreigners and they are, they need to be deported or whatever it is? So that kind of complete, absence of a moral compass, absence of any kind of recognition of humanity and dignity was prevailed. Since 2014, and of course, it was building up to this even before that. But the specific Islamophobia that began to kick in meant that specifically the politically and in political discourse and then in the law as well, the treatment, the way in which a refugee or asylum seeker or immigrant is viewed would be different depending on what category they came from, whether they were Muslim or not, basically. So we know that you have the Citizenship Amendment Act passed by the current government, and that law basically purported to offer citizenship to minorities who face persecution and discrimination in the countries neighboring India. So what you have there was that these, so the logic there was that essentially the citizenship would be offered to Hindus, Buddhists, Sikhs, Jains, Parsis, whatever, anybody who was not Muslim from the countries neighboring India. Interestingly, among the categories here, see, these religious categories were recognized, but for instance, the Tamils did not feature. And for instance, the recognition that Muslims could be a minority and a persecuted minority, a stateless minority in a state bordering India, namely Myanmar, was also, of course, completely erased from this picture. And this law, basically, the Citizenship Amendment Act, had a more of a domestic purpose than actually more of a domestic political purpose, rather than as a tool of domestic discrimination, rather than as a tool of what it purported to be, which was this generous Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is a family, we are generous, we are offering citizenship to persecuted minorities and so on. The reality was that, as we saw when the US troops basically exited Afghanistan, was that those who were fleeing Afghanistan as refugees, including those who were Hindus and Sikhs, they have not yet been offered citizenship, so not very, far from citizenship, even, some kind of, basic rights which refugees should be offered, the basic welcome that a refugee should be offered in order to start a new life, in order to survive here. We know from the accounts of many from these categories that that was not the case, let alone those who were Afghan students in India or Muslim Afghan people who were fleeing the Taliban. So clearly the CA's purpose was more as an tool alongside the National Register of Citizens. Basically, the National Register of Citizens was there to weed out people based on their ability to produce documents to basically decide who is a citizen, who is not. The Assam experience had shown clearly that, and in Assam, I should clarify also that the kind of discrimination there was not only anti-Muslim, it was also a linguistic and cultural kind of nationalism, which decided that people who were thought of as Bengali speakers were essentially treated as illegal Bangladeshi immigrants, and that included Hindus as well as Muslims. So those who suffered in the NRC, the bulk of them were probably not Muslim, and they happened to be Hindus who were, either descended from or have been recent immigrants from Bangladesh, and they are Bengali speaking. They may have been living there for generations, but still, they would be seen as Bangladeshi immigrants. And if they are Muslim, there would be an additional layer of hatred, so they would be called Mia Muslims and so on. So Mia being used as a slur against Muslims who speak something, as akin to Bengali. And so the NRC resulted in the exclusion of 20 lakh people, and it was well known by the end of it, although we don't know the exact breakup, but that the bulk of them were not necessarily Muslim. They included Hindus and included reportedly a very large number of Hindu women. So the thing is that the BJP wanted to play to the xenophobia, wanted to play to a nationalism, but they did not want. They clearly, in fact, many of their leaders said so quite openly that for us, if you are a Hindu, you are a refugee. Even if you are a non-citizen now, we would like you to be a citizen. We want you to be a citizen so that you can vote for us. You can, and this was said quite openly by the then Chief Minister of Assam, and the Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, also made it very clear that if you're not Muslim, if you are not, as in if you're Muslim, then essentially you are it. And he used this dehumanizing word, termite. So he said that these are illegal immigrants, these are termites. Now comes the category of, and so clearly what was supposed to happen was that when the NRC would happen on a national scale, clearly you may have Hindus also falling through the cracks and not being able to produce documents to prove citizenship. How to reassure them? So to reassure them, what was said to them was that we will first pass the CAA. We will offer citizenship to everybody who's not Muslim. And so there's a backdoor entry back to citizenship via the CAA. That is open to you as long as you're not Muslim. So essentially the CAA is there to sieve those who are, who are going to drop down through the NRC sieve. So another sieve to basically then separate the Muslims from the Hindus, from the non-Muslims. This was the idea. But, although that law has been passed, it's very clear that it was not intended to offer any citizenship to refugees, because refugees who have been forced to come to India, even non-Muslim refugees, have not been offered citizenship. Those who are, and in order to offer citizenship, you didn't need a new law. The power to offer citizenship or to confer citizenship already existed and had not been used in to confer citizenship, not just on Tamil refugees from Sri Lanka, but even, for instance, on refugees on communities descended from those who had come in at the time of partition. So there are such communities who are, for instance, there in Uttarakhand. They settled in Uttarakhand in very difficult circumstances, have been farming there in land which was otherwise considered, unsuitable for paddy farming and so on, but they managed it. And those sections of people also, of Bengali speaking origin, they also are complaining that we haven't been offered citizenship yet, although they are, most of them, Hindu. So now you come to the category of the most, the refugees who have become a slur. Basically, they are used. Their name is used as a slur. Their identity is used as a slur, used against Indian Muslims. So this was. I should make clear that the NRC as well, the whole idea was to disenfranchise and render Indian Muslims stateless, and essentially imply that anybody who's Muslim, their citizenship is suspect, their voting rights should be taken away, suspended until they are vetted by the system. And once they are vetted, essentially, they should be assumed to be non-Indian. So they are essentially termites and so on. Illegal immigrants. So these terms, illegal immigrant, infiltrator, That's another word, another term. So the idea that an immigrant is somehow somebody who is infiltrating the borders of the country to undermine its security as an agent of another country. This term implies that. So the use of the term infiltrator happens. Now let me, quickly cite to you something that happened. I don't remember the exact year, but it was soon after. Essentially, I think it was Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi. I think it must have been 2019. I think no, before that. Before that. So Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi had basically passed an order, and that is an order which I would like to discuss with you. So basically, Rohingya refugees had been arrested in Assam. And Chief Ranjan Gogoi is now a Rajya Sabha MP, MP in the upper house of Indian Parliament from the ruling party, the BJP. So Ranjan Gogoi at that, and Assam is his home state. So Ranjan Gogoi, I think it was Prashant Bhushan who argued before Ranjan Gogoi that these 7 men who had been picked up in Assam must not be deported to Myanmar because they are stateless in Myanmar. They do not have citizenship in Myanmar. So it cannot be argued that they belong back in Myanmar, and you cannot. Also, there is the understanding against refoulement that you should not be an international law against refoulement, which means that you cannot send someone back to a country where they face a threat to their lives. So they have fled, a genocidal situation, and they should not be treated as such. What Mr. Gogoi then said, I will try and pick that up, is that it clearly, in his I think it was a 2017 verdict, as far as I recall, where Mr. Gogoi said that basically it's a choice between human rights and national security interests, and that illegal immigrants, the judgment went on, the order went on about the crisis of illegal immigrants in Assam and everywhere else, and then ordered their deportation. And claimed that Myanmar has admitted that these are our citizens, and so you have to deport them. But as we know, I mean, in Myanmar, Rohingya people are simply not denied, are simply not citizens. They are not recognized as citizens. So the idea that they should be deported back to Myanmar was a very glaring and grave violation of human rights and basic humanity. Now, of course, India would say that, okay, we don't have this obligation to basically the Refugee Convention and all of that. So essentially, we can do what you like. But we could argue, of course, that, and it was argued, that even the Indian Constitution and the rights it offers are not intended only for citizens. It is something which is to do with the conduct of the state towards anybody who is in its power, right? So if that is the case, then the Indian Constitution requires the government of India, requires the Indian state to uphold certain standards, including internationally defined standards, towards, and certainly the standards defined by the Indian Constitution, towards anyone on Indian soil, Indian territory. And that was certainly violated. The other thing is that the word Rohingya used in political speeches in Bengal, I remember, for instance, a BJP leader a candidate who contested against Mamata Banerjee and lost narrowly, he continuously used the word implying that Mamata Banerjee was a Khala, that is the Urdu word for aunt. So he said she is an aunt to the Rohingyas. And the idea was, and this is not the only time, this word has been used in Jammu Kashmir and elsewhere by Hindu supremacist politicians as a slur word against, to imply Muslims and to also imply terrorists. So Muslim equals terrorist, and Rohingya equals terrorist, Rohingya equals Muslim equals terrorist. So all those words used. And as a result, Rohingya refugees in India, and I remember this that even before 2014, I recall that in Delhi, when a section of Rohingya refugees had taken refuge in an ancient mosque, there was a woman who had to deliver a baby out in the open, and it was rainy weather. Some students from JNU had gone to try and offer protection and try to find a better place for them to, more secure place for them to live. But they were confronted by some people from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and other Hindu supremacist groups who basically accused them of harboring terrorists. And this face-off went off for a long time. Eventually, these refugees got shelter in some mosque elsewhere in the city. But now that situation would no longer prevail, where any mosque that would be giving them shelter anywhere else in the city, anywhere in the city, would also become a target for violence. It would be accused of harboring terrorists. There may be anti-terrorism laws invoked against those who were offering this shelter. And of course, we know that there are detention camps being built in several parts of the country supposedly for those who would be deemed to be whose citizenship is deemed to be suspect. And there are already detention camps for, among others, Rohingya refugees, even in a place like Delhi. There has been reporting about this. I believe one of the participants in your conference is a lawyer and human rights activist, Ujjaini, who has actually reported on this and who has advocated for these refugees. So I'll just end by saying that in India today, I think that in a situation where possibly the most, some of the most, the poorest and most marginalized and most, the most oppressed refugees in South Asia right now, among those would certainly be the Rohingya refugees. And we are in an India today which uses the term Rohingya as a term of abuse, as a term that is synonymous with terrorism and as a threat to security to India, and as a slur word to essentially be used against anyone who is Muslim in India. So in that situation, you can imagine what the attitudes, and these attitudes are clearly, they come from political voices, but of course they leak into society. And if you have if you have violent vigilante mobs which are attacking Indian Muslims, the Rohingya refugee in India as someone whose life is in danger, who faces discrimination and abuse on a daily basis, and the room to advocate for the right to livelihood, the right to dignity, and everything that comes with it for the refugee, let alone citizenship, for the Rohingya refugee in India is a very difficult space, because those who advocate for this are run risks of being basically called advocates for terrorism and so on and so forth. So that is the situation. It's a bad situation in India, but I do believe that holding the kind of conference that the Azadi Project and others are holding is a step in the right direction, and the first step towards challenging these attitudes. And I look forward to working with any effort that is there to really systematically challenge these attitudes and this hateful politics.
Thank you so much, Kavita, for that very comprehensive overview of the situation. We have time for one question. Do we have anyone who would like to ask a question? Okay, so I can ask you a question. So I read in a survey that just soon after the Ukrainian war situation, where 70% of Indians said that they would accept Ukrainian refugees in their country. And obviously, we can't find similar statistics for Rohingyas or Afghan people. So in your opinion, why do you think there's such disparity in the acceptance of Ukrainians and not people who are living close by? I mean, this is a question of political, I mean, not even social will, because it's not like they don't want to accept refugees. They just prefer accepting Ukrainian refugees. I'm just wondering what your opinion is about this.
Sindhuja, I'm not sure when that survey was took place and what its pool of respondents was. But frankly, the results of that survey surprised me, because I think that even regarding the Ukraine war in India, the dominant position across across the political spectrum, among the far right, among the left, among the minority communities, you name it, everywhere. The dominant perception is that Russia is the victim here, and essentially Russian propaganda, Putin propaganda rules here. So it is really surprising to me that, and
Yeah, I
I'm
was
not
quite
sure what
surprised
kind
too.
of survey it
I
was
will
and
send you the link to
how many
that.
people were surveyed. Yeah, no, I've seen the report. I've just found the report on the computer, but I'm not sure how many they actually survey. So what kind of section the survey covered and what was its pool of respondents? I think that would be important to know. And it does say urban Indians. It says urban Indians, so it is possible that in certain kinds of and it could have been pretty early in the war. So since then, I can say that propaganda here is almost overwhelmingly one-sided, and be it on media, on social media, everywhere. So there's very little real time news about and correct news. Most of the news that's passed off as news about Ukraine comes via the route of RT or some such pro-Russia kind of forum. So, so I don't think that question is exactly the case, but I think that even if one takes that survey at face value, I think that you see the understanding of what is a refugee and who are you going to accept as a refugee. I think that a lot of that basically rests upon the media, the perception engendered by media towards a segment of people, right? And essentially, when it comes to our neighborhood, from where obviously most refugees will come, I think that that entire situation, as I said, has been very badly contaminated by Hindu supremacist politics and its view that India is a Hindu nation, that there should be a right to return, like the right to return for Jews to Israel, like that there should be a right to return to India, and that Muslims are basically, there, if they are Indian citizens, their citizenship is suspect, their loyalty is suspect, and from there flows the idea that anyone who is Muslim and a refugee, that they are a threat. Now, what about non-Muslims? Essentially, once you embark on that path of basically dehumanizing and being unable and unwilling to recognize the human situation of a refugee or an immigrant, what kind of hardship and what kind of persecution is forcing them to seek a home elsewhere, leave their home. When you are not, when you shut off that empathy for one section of refugees, of course, you essentially are not going to find it easy to open your mind to other sections. So the idea that, the idea which I find, even while talking about this to young people, which I have done a lot in the course of my activism among young people, I have found that every time this is discussed, there's a considerable section which essentially argues that, well, we have so much poverty here, so why should we bear the burden? If they are Muslim refugees, let them go to Muslim countries. If they are, essentially, even if religion doesn't come into the picture, the idea is that, oh well, who's going to support us to support an extra burden of refugees? And even if you argue that the number of refugees is actually so small, in India. It's actually something that does not add in any considerable way to the burden. In fact, much of the poverty you see in India is not a lack of resources, but a skewed distribution of resources. You can argue all of that, but essentially the tendency is to see refugees as a burden, quite apart from the religious persecution angle. So I think that changing that is a tall order, because you're up against up against a situation where, even at its best, politics in India does not want to speak too much about refugees or immigration, unless it is a very, very pragmatic, self-serving kind of thing, where, okay, you're going to, you see a certain segment of refugees as a potential, potential captive support base in India. And so you look for ways to essentially make them into citizens. And this has been around a long time, actually, because even in Bengal and so on, I remember that, I mean, the idea of Bengali speaking refugees or immigrants as a potential like Indian voters was something that was there alongside, if they did anything bad. I mean, if it so happened that there was an incidence of rape and the rape victims were essentially women who were from such communities which were traditionally refugees, or, whose, a previous generation had been refugees, then the tone, the voice, the words that would be used about those women, that they are, essentially antisocial, they consort with antisocial elements, and essentially basically slut shaming them and implying that these are sex workers and that they hang out with, violent, an antisocial crowd, people who it's a very dehumanizing kind of language. And that was in a very different day and age, when the government in West Bengal was a left government, and the refugees were actually a major social base for the left government. So yeah, not an easy situation. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, Kavita. And on that note, thank you again for joining us. And I hope we will be able to work together towards strengthening the cause for
Definitely.
refugees. Thanks again, and see you around.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, folks, so I know this is some moment you've all been waiting for, which is a break. So for 15 minutes, just we're going to have a quick break. Feel free to do whatever you want. There's a photo exhibition outside, and if you would like to contribute towards our charity, towards raising money for Rohingya refugees in Chennai and Delhi, feel free to look at the souvenirs. Arivu is going to be coming. He's running a little late, so he's going to be coming soon. So stick around, come back in 15 minutes, and yeah, and we'll continue with the program.
Okay, so good news. After all the patience, Arrivo is 3 minutes away. Yay! A round of applause for that. Okay, so now the next step is to fill this hall. Can you ask all your friends outside to come in? Yeah? And in the next 3 minutes that we have, let's do some chat with the audience. So I have another mic with me. I need a volunteer to take the mic around for the audience. Anyone? Okay, so how many people have attended 1 or 2 talks today? Great, so lots of them, lots of you. So what is the one thing that you thought was good, and what is the one thing you really want to see more? Anybody? Come on, you raise your hands, and when I ask you to say something, quiet. Yeah, okay, go for it. What's your name? Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Amraditya. The one thing I generally liked about this, the first talk, was that the concept where the idea of the psychology of a refugee is actually I mean, it doesn't have any boundaries basically.
Yeah.
A Tibetan refugee might have similar psychology to as a Rohingya refugee. Yeah.
Correct? Yeah. That's a good point. Anybody on what they would like to see more out of an event or a discussion or a conversation like this? What else do you want to see, hear, experience? I'm going to start making people like a professor. I'm not a professor, Sindhuja is, but I'm going to start doing that. Geeta!
Dialogues like Kavita.
You want to see more dialogues like
the
Kavita
dialogues.
Krishnan.
She had a very concisely put everything together. That was excellent, I thought.
That's
And
great.
More refugee experiences, the lived experiences of refugees.
More lived experiences of refugees. What is the one word that comes to your mind now when you hear the word refugee? Who wants to say that? One word. Yeah, go for it.
Coexistence.
Coexistence. Love it. Thank you for being our brand ambassador. Who else? What is the one word that comes to your mind when you hear integration? Again, a very good word. Anybody else? Another word? Why don't we ask a refugee? Tenzin, what is the one feeling, one word that you associate with being a refugee?
Kindness. Kindness.
Kindness. Nice. Pari, who works as a journalist, what's the word that you think comes to your mind? Equality? Great. Ujjani, who works as a lawyer. Ujjani, what's the word that comes to your mind when you think of the word refugee? Dignity. So we've got dignity, equality, kindness, integration, coexistence. Did I miss out on anything? That's right, asylum seekers, immigrants, sometimes they're called illegal immigrants. Yeah, the politics of it all. That's right, you cannot disassociate the word politics as well, unfortunately. But again, politics is associated with every aspect of our life. Okay. Okay, so how far is Arivu? I don't think they want to hear me. Okay. Yes.
The word that comes to my mind is resilience after seeing the refugees.
Resilience, that's right, that's right. You know, there's also another aspect when you talk about resilience. So I and my organization does a lot of work on mental health with refugees, like psychosocial support, because obviously that's a hidden part of their lives and their challenges that we don't get to see. We get to hear about the access to identification, about not having access to facilities, but we never get to hear about their mental health aspect. And when we talk about mental health aspect, we see that resilience plays a very key role. The more if they kind of build on the resilience, they kind of become survivors and vice versa. Okay, anybody else, anything that you want to share about today that you experienced, felt, want to share? All right. Okay then. We will just wait for... Yeah. Let's play a song of Arrivu in the meantime. Perfect.
Sindhu introduce first the ones online?
Check.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. Just want to thank the AZADI project and also Rethinking Refugees for having us here. We have, two voices from Chennai. I'm not sure whether you've read their work, but I'm sure you've heard their names. We have Ms. Ramya Kannan, who's with The Hindu, and we have Dr. Lakshmi Vijaykumar, who's a leading mental health advocate and an expert. I will be introducing them. So I know that we have 30 minutes. I'll take a second to introduce myself. My name is Sukriti Chauhan, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I am actually a trained lawyer, never ended up practicing, but have been in public health issues, including mental health, over the last few years, working very closely with young people and women. During COVID, I started my own organization, big step, scary step, but very happy that I did that. It's called ETI, Empower, Transform, Inspire. And we can talk about that later. I know we have about 30 minutes to have this conversation. So I'd like to quickly introduce my panelists here. We will start with Dr. Lakshmi Vijaykumar. Dr. Vijaykumar is the founder of SNEHA, India's premier suicide prevention center. Her work has been instrumental to include suicide prevention in the National Mental Health Policy of India. And she is currently working to decriminalize suicide in the country. She was the first Indian woman to be awarded the Fellowship of Royal College of Psychiatrists, United Kingdom, and currently serves as Associate Professor at the University of Melbourne. She also works very closely with WHO's Network on Suicide Research and Prevention and is a member of the International Academy of Suicide Research. I'm also joined by Ms. Ramya Kannan. Ramya is the Hindu's Tamil Nadu Bureau Chief. She is passionate about health and development issues, which she has reported on for the last couple of decades and more. She has devoted the past couple of years to pursuing the SARS-CoV-2 virus in an attempt to make sense out of an otherwise chaotic world. She has been awarded with the Deepalaya Award for Child Rights, International Visitors Leadership Program on invitation from the US Department of State, and also a prize for writing and on diabetes, among many others, for her prolific work. We are here today to talk about, the relationship between climate change, refugees, and very, very important mental health. Priyali was just starting to talk about it, and what do those contours really, really look like? So I'm going to start with Dr. Lakshmi. I'm going to start with you, please. As the country's leading expert on mental health, how do you believe climate change affects mental health?
The fact that climate change has a huge impact on mental health has been recognized by the world bodies. And in fact, in this year, June 2022, the World Health Organization came up with a policy statement, policy brief on the effect of climate change on mental health. The thing is, the climate change has both direct and indirect effects on mental health. The direct effects are the visible effects of having to face a trauma, the consequences of trauma, and we know that when you face trauma, which is maybe loss of your home, loss of your life, loss of livelihood, loss of limb, whatever it is, produces a lot of anxiety, depression, PTSD, and so on. Apart from these direct effects, we have a lot of indirect effects. The indirect effect is that, for example, when there is climate change always leads to more and more severe weather extreme changes, and not only that, it is becoming recurrent. It's not only severe, it is repeatedly occurring, and that changes the environment, the physical environment, and because of the physical environment, you have a lot of waterborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, and you don't have health services at that time. So the physical health also has an impact on mental health. And then if you really look at the socio-economic, psychosocial aspects of these climate change aspects, again there are two things. One is the change in your physical environment, the change in whatever is happening in your environment, the roof going off, or things like that. So that has an impact on you because you are not sure about your physical environment anymore. And then you have the changes due to the community changes, the whole entire community changes, your family gets dispersed, you go everywhere. So all these effects, and in fact, many people who have been even temporarily removed because of cyclone or floods or whatever it is, when they come back, they don't feel so connected as they were to the homes, So they have a kind of as though the roots have been plucked, They have to reimagine the geography of their house, their environment to come back. And the sad state is that in 2021, India has the dubious distinction of having the largest number of people displaced due to climate change, cyclones and floods. Almost 4.9 million people have been dislocated because of this. So, and this has far-reaching consequences. See, even if you don't have classical mental health problems like anxiety or depression or PTSD, it leaves its insidious effects. Many people who have survived such a kind of a thing have what we call as a survivor guilt, For example, in Chennai floods, I came across pockets of Chennai was not flooded, okay? So those people felt very guilty. I mean, when the entire city is suffering, we are safe, So there is a lot of survival guilt. And it can come to you. In fact, I can share my experience in the 2015 floods. I had to escape from my home in Kotturapuram via a boat. Okay. Now I know that everything is okay, but the 2 weeks back when we had the rains and water, in the middle of the night I had to come down the staircase to see whether my cars are floating or not. So even though you got over that and you come out of it, it's never entirely the same. So that exposure to trauma is a huge problem, and it can impact your mental health in many ways. And the most important way is that where you have been secure before, you become more insecure. You're not sure about your home, you're not sure about your community, you're not sure about things, and you do not know what happens. In fact, we have worked a lot with people who have been affected by tsunami, and many fishermen who are in the Srinivasapuram area, they have left fishing because they felt that the sea was their god, and it was the source of sustenance for them. And they felt that the god has cheated them, and they cannot really trust that God to go back into the sea. So many of them, I'm sure would have left the traditional profession of fishing and have gone. So in these kind of calamities and natural disasters, it's not only losing your home or losing your thing, it is multiple cascading effect. Losing your home, losing your livelihood, losing your environment, losing your community, and losing probably your economic things. And the most neglected people there are the children. We assume that they are resilient and they will come, but actually it impacts them a lot more. I still remember a child who was crying so much during the tsunami because her favorite doll was washed away. And you would think that it's after all a favorite doll, but that was the only doll which was given to her by her father before he died. So that was the one thing which she was holding on to. And in fact, we had a child who was crying all the time and we didn't know what it was. So we spent hours and hours, and her only complaint was something, I feel like a creepy crawly feeling in my feet. And we were wondering and we were talking, and the mother had taken to all the pediatricians, psychologists, everybody, nobody could figure out. After almost 1 month of playing with the child and all that, we found that during the tsunami, a very small 6-month infant washed against her legs. She tried to pick up, the 6-year-old tried to pick up the baby, but the baby got washed away. that story came only after almost a month, you know, and we never understood why the child was crying and refusing to go to school. So the children are the most vulnerable people when such things happen are the children, the women, and the elderly. And apart from these acute events, we have a lot of chronic events also, like drought, prolonged heat waves. We know that in prolonged heat waves, aggression is more and suicides are more. Across the world, we know that we have statistics to show that when there is an extended heat wave, suicides are more. And if you have high humidity, you actually have more fatigue and anxiety. When the humidity index goes high, you have high, and then of course drought, we know all about the farmers' suicides and so on. And so, so long the climate change have been focusing only on the physical aspects of whatever is happening in terms of temperature, pollution, water and all that. But it's only of late people have realized the enormous impact climate change has on mental health. And now, you know, what the WHO is propagating is that any climate change action should have a mental health component in that.
Thank you so much.
It's too long as
no,
an
not
answer,
at all.
I think.
Thank you for the examples, and I just want, before I come to you, Ramya, I think it's time we don't call it climate change. I think it's a crisis, and I think we need to start looking at it from that perspective. I think you also brought up, you know, how the roots get cut, and you start feeling this insecurity. So that brings me to Ramya, and Ramya, slightly different lens on this, that, you know, your extensive work with media has covered a range of issues through the years. How do you believe media coverage can be used effectively for refugee care, especially mental health?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Thank you for inviting me to this rather significant event. There are, you know, I mean, in Tamil Nadu, when I started covering, you know, when I started reporting, the world is probably talking about refugees now. But in Tamil Nadu, we had the Sri Lankan refugees right from the 80s when the civil war began in Sri Lanka. So in Tamil Nadu, we have for years been dealing with this whole you know, refugee issue, as it were. And we have seen the range over the years. And it has moved, you know, from a sense of, it's been like a roller coaster, actually. So it has moved from a sense of looking at these people as threats to the state and the communities, to, over the years, to a sort of, you know, empathy, a sort of, you know, transactional relationship with them, which includes hiring them. And but despite all this, you know, this you know, even as we report, there's something that we sometimes you know, forget while reporting, that, you know, these people are human beings with their own stories, and they are not just stories for the newspaper. That point sometimes, you know, is lost in this desire to get scoops or stories or front page exclusives. So in our, most people who have worked for a long while have probably interacted with the refugees in the Sri Lankan refugee camps, and you know, it stood out from the rest of the community. These were old cyclone shelters. They're like round, you know, just to put up with the, you know, winds and the rain, which were repurposed for housing Sri Lankan refugees. So, you know, a refugee camp is by no means an elevating place. There is a lot of, I mean, people, one, are away from their homes. There is the deep and very abiding sense of wanting to go back home, of missing what is happening at home, of missing a familiar environment, of being aware that you are at the mercy of another government, technically someone you've never seen before. So all these, in our interactions, we could see a great deal of trauma that's sometimes expressed well, but oftentimes not expressed. It comes out as little acts of aggression or, things that that leads the community to think that these guys, we have to watch out. So, like I said, the media's role sort of, was like a roller coaster. In Tamil Nadu, at any given point of time, we have had strident opposition to these camps. And we've also had, on the other side of the spectrum, a very strident support in the form of Tamil nationalism, which, welcomed these as brethren. So we did move through various stages, but we came around to accepting that this was a reality and looking closely into the lives of people who were living. It's very difficult to get into the camps itself. You need permissions from the rehab commissioner, and it's a process that you'll have to undergo. But if you do that and you do visit the camps, there is a while there is a sense of temporality there, there's also a lot of warmth and welcoming. Like I remember one shelter earlier in close to, it was one of these cyclone shelters a little distance away from Chennai. And they, when you went there, they welcomed you into their home. So for me, this was, like it was like, high irony, because, there is this displaced couple living in a home away from home, but still, finds the wherewithal to welcome someone into their house. So these are all stories that the media have highlighted. Of course, in Tamil Nadu, there was a great deal of reporting on crimes involving, whether they were crimes actually involving persons who'd been displaced, or whether there were confirmations of this. It's difficult to tell 20 years later. But I'm happy to say that it has gone on a path that has now seen a sort of, an upward curve. There is a great deal of investigation that's happening, and writing on the problems and issues related to refugees right now.
Happy to hear that, the last line. Dr. Lakshmi, Ramya brought up a very important point of being away from your own land and, landing up in another country with another government, which brings me to the question that, refugees and migrants are often treated as second-class citizens in their new nations. You've made multiple policies, pathways to address serious issues like, suicide prevention. How do we get there? So how can we really make provisions for better mental health care, especially when we look at the ignored?
Very true. In fact, suicide among refugees and immigrants are extremely high. And the pattern is also different. In the refugee places, women die by suicide more than men, which is not the case in the general population. And I think suicide in a refugee camp, I think it is the ultimate mockery of humanity. Because these people have fled oppression, war, genocide, and then they come into a place where they face multiple problems, discrimination. And as you rightly said, 70 to 80% of refugees in the world are in low and middle income countries. They are not in high income countries. Of the top 10 refugee hosting countries, only Germany is the developed country. The rest are all low income countries. Pakistan, Turkey, Myanmar, India, so they are all low income countries, and they already have an existing poor infrastructure in terms of health, all that. So they view refugees as an imposition on an already a fragile system. So they are extremely discriminated, okay? So the refugees in the host country face discrimination. Then there is dispersal. All the family members don't get into one place, they get dispersed, okay? And then there's denial of education, denial of health, and then there is a huge delay in asylum seeking. So all this compounds, which makes suicide a very, very high prevalence in the refugee camps. In fact, as Ramya said, it's very difficult to go into a refugee camp, particularly to prevent suicide. A, because the authorities don't want you to know that there are suicides in the camp. And B, the inmates themselves don't want to say their suicidal ideas or suicidal act because that will prevent them from seeking an asylum in a developed country. So in both ways, you don't get. But as you said, after 2 years of struggle, we got permission from the Q branch to go to refugee camp near Trichy called Kottapattu, where the suicides were high. Because the issue came from them. One of the refugees, it's another story, I can see some signs saying that we are running out of time, so I don't want to tell that story. But it made us go into the camp, and as she said, alcohol abuse, commercial sex working, it's rampant, and suicidal behavior was extremely high. So we tried to develop an intervention, and you don't get funds for doing work with these refugees. That's another big problem. So what we did in Sneha was, we took some of the refugees, identified about 10, 15 refugees, and identified the people who are at a higher risk of suicide. And what we did was train these 10 refugees to go and talk to these people who are at a high risk of suicide every 15 days, spend time with them and offer emotional support. And we call it as contact and safety planning. That's a safety planning is a method of having some kind of a plan when you have suicidal thoughts. Okay? And this simple intervention, we showed that within a year, the suicide attempts and suicide in that particular Kottapattu camp was much reduced when compared to the Topukolai camp, which we had as a control group. So the best way to do is, one, is to make sure that, we have identified the points when suicidal crisis happens. It's at the time when their asylum status is rejected, or when they have been there for too long, or within the first 6 months. So we need to make sure that they have adequate economic resources, adequate educational opportunities, adequate services for mental health, and most importantly, develop the system from them itself so that they don't feel that somebody is thrusting something on them, and they know that they can talk confidentially about this. So it has to be a nice blend of community support of the refugees, by the refugees, supported by the host country with services.
By the refugees and for the refugees, I think we'll take 2 more minutes. I do want to ask you the last question. Ramya, just touch upon, the aspect of racism, the legal status of refugees. We know those are serious issues, and certainly in my opinion, we don't take mental health very seriously in India. I think we are working towards it. We are making those small strides, but we need to do much more. So in your opinion, how can that be brought into public discourse, given media is the 4th pillar?
Right. So it's very clear now that, refugees and migrants or displaced people are not just, and are more than their situations. So there's an intersectionality of issues that, really are at the core, which sometimes are missed. It's gender, it's religion, it's age, mental health, culture. So there are differences at various planes. I think, the media does report, but I think it's time for the media to, instead of doing a generalized reporting, to, sort of grade these, evaluate, instead of just presenting multiple points. The time has come when it's very clear that it's important for us to evaluate and grade these differentials. It's more, I mean, a journalist is taught to provide multiple points of view and keep a neutral sort of angle. But I think that is no longer possible. It's important to match journalism with sensitivity, and not just report the facts as it were. The thing is that there are so many tools available now, more than they were, say, 20 years ago, that guide journalists. In fact, Dr. Lakshmi has an excellent tool on reporting on suicides. Similarly, there are tools available for reporting on children in difficult circumstances, on like people with HIV/AIDS, people in distress situations. So there are, a number of tools that will help sensitize you in the first place, help you maybe ask the right questions, and more importantly, write it in a manner that's, not antiseptic, because these are the stories of people, and these are like really traumatic stories. These are stories that wrench your heart sometimes. So I think it's important to do these things that, of course, provide multiple points of view, but also evaluate these points of view and provide like a cohesive picture of the reality. What you see, you write about, but also sensitively and giving it a context.
Thank you. And with that, we will close the panel. But thank you so much, both of you. Pleasure to have this conversation, to asking the right questions, to being sensitive, and hope to see you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sukriti, Dr. Lakshmi, and Ramya. Just to say a little thank you, we have something for you. Thank you very much. So I'm actually a psychology professor. So my students know a lot about mental health, and so it was very insightful for you. Just one second. Thank you. Thank you again very much. All right, our next speaker. Our next speaker needs no introduction, but I would still like to introduce him. If Arivu could come on stage, that would be great. ஒரு ஷார்ட் பயோ உங்களோட ஷார்ட் பயோ நான் படிக்கட்டேன். ஓகே, உட்காருங்க. என்ன சைடு வேணாலும் எடுத்துக்காங்க. So Arivu, as he's popularly known, is an Indian rapper, lyricist, and Tamil playback singer. He was born in Arakonam near Chennai. Arivu started writing poems about caste and poverty in high school. His work is deeply influenced by the discrimination, casteism, and inequality he experienced throughout his life. Arivu is a member of the Casteless Collective, an indie band whose music focuses on the oppression of women and minorities by the state. His single Enjoy Njami became a viral hit and has crossed 447 million views on YouTube. But here he is to talk about his solidarity towards the cause of refugees. So welcome, Arivu.
ஓகே, மகிழ்ச்சி. எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். குட் ஈவினிங். ஒரு குட் ஈவினிங் சொல்லாமே. குட் ஈவினிங். ரொம்ப மகிழ்ச்சி. எவ்வளோ பேருக்கு தமிழ் புரியும்? சூப்பருங்க. நான் இங்கிலீஷில் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ண வந்துட்டேனே. சாங் கண்டிப்பாக பாடலாம். முதல்ல என்னை இந்த நிகழ்வுக்கு அழைத்ததுக்கு என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன் சிந்துஜா அவர்களுக்கும். அவங்க எடுக்கக்கூடிய இந்த இனிஷியேட்டிவ் ரொம்ப முக்கியமானதுன்னு நம்புகிறேன். ஸோ இந்த இனிஷியேட்டிவ் மூலமாக நிறைய சமூக மாற்றங்கள் நடக்கணுங்கிறதுல நானும் உறுதியாக இருக்கேன். ஸோ நான் என்ன பேசணும்னு நினைக்கிறத மறந்துடக்கூடாது. மற்றும் எனக்கு இந்த மாதிரி பேனல் அரங்கங்களில் பெருசாக அனுபவம் இல்லை. அதனால் நான் பேச வேண்டியதை நான் எழுதி கொண்டு வந்துட்டேன். அதனால் உங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப சிம்பிளாக இருக்கும், போர் அடிக்காமல் இருக்கும்னு நம்புகிறேன். மகிழ்ச்சி. The geographical divisions of the world are not inherent to the earth itself. The soil we stand, the air we breathe, and the water that nourishes us does not come under the calculus of nationality or territorial borders. Though nation state is a man-made construct, it holds enormous significance in the geopolitical understanding of the contemporary world. But outside of the citizenship of the state stands the refugees. My ancestors were once made into refugees by transnational politico-historical events. Taken to Sri Lanka as indentured labor for tea plantations in one generation, only to be forcefully sent back as refugee to one's native country itself after a few generations. My ancestors felt the pain of becoming a refugee in their own land. My Ammamma's life world was violently uprooted from the tea plantations of Sri Lanka, and the subsequent nomadic surge brought her to that of the rail tracks of the Arakonam. We knew little about the upward journey to Sri Lanka, but the return journey is one tragic nature and scale. My maternal grandma, Valliyammal, along with many other plantation laborers, were forcefully pushed out of Sri Lanka. The Oppari rail, carrying the wailing people grieved by the separation from their loved ones. Between two states, it was a political arrangement, a pact inked by two leaders. But for me and my thousands of others, this became a life-altering event. Srima Sastri Pact, officially known as Agreement on Persons of Indian Origin in Ceylon, signed between Srimao Bandaranayake, the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, and Lal Bahadur Sastri, the Prime Minister of India, on 30th October 1964. Descendants of plantation workers from South India were brought to Sri Lanka in the 19th century by British colonizers. Most of these people were not offered citizenship rights even after their indentured status expired. Dalits constitute 83% of the total 3.6 million workers that live in the plantation communities. A majority of these initial Indian immigrants to Sri Lanka were Tamils from the most impoverished regions of South India, where they were predominantly landless and poverty-stricken agricultural workers occupying the lowest position in the existing caste hierarchy. The prevailing caste system of the Tamil plantation community in Sri Lanka is more or less a continuation of the South Indian caste system adopted to suit the situation in the plantations. It is usually higher caste people who supervise the lower caste workers in the estates. Even in those tough conditions, the plantation workers in Sri Lanka started to have lives of their own. But shortly after the independence, on 4th February 1948, the new Sinhalese-dominated government of Ceylon introduced the Ceylon Citizenship Bill before Parliament. The outward purpose of the bill was to provide means of obtaining citizenship, but its real purpose was to discriminate against the Indian Tamils by denying them citizenship. The bill stipulated that anyone wishing to obtain citizenship had to prove that their father was born in Ceylon. It is that they were at least third-generation immigrants. Due to this stringent criteria of citizenship, only about 5,000 Indian Tamils qualified for citizenship. More than 7 lakh people, about 11% of Sri Lanka's population, were denied citizenship and made stateless. My grandmother was one of the thousands of people who were forcefully evicted and made stateless. The weight of being a refugee and being a Dalit is a double burden my grandmother has to carry to raise her daughters and son. Nation and citizenship are not merely legal concepts, but rather a sense of belonging and fraternity. Certainly by my own experience and by the history of this land, such belongingness and fraternity is not here. There is animosity between different belief systems. There are hierarchies between caste and caste. So whoever in the bottom rung of society is made to feel discriminated, exploited, and isolated. Extrapolating Ambedkar's statement, Dalits have no homeland, we can say that without the feeling of belonging, millions of people in this country are also on the spectrum of refugees. Being a refugee or being discriminated based on caste is both connected to the worldview we collectively endorse. The question is whether we see other human as equal to us or not. We need a world without refugees. For such a world to blossom, we need to see humans as equal to each other. As an artist, it is my responsibility to work for such a world, and it is your responsibility too. Thank you for this opportunity. Nandri. மகிழ்ச்சி ஒரு சாங் பாடலாம். மகிழ்ச்சி சூப்பர். எல்லாருக்கும் புரிஞ்சிச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். தமிழில் நான் எதுவும் சொல்ல வேண்டியதில்லை இல்லையா? மகிழ்ச்சி. ஸோ இந்த ரீதிங்கிங் ரெஃப்யூஜிஸ்ங்கிற நிகழ்வுக்கு என்னை அழைத்ததுக்கு முதல்ல மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. இந்த நிகழ்வுடைய நோக்கம் மற்றும் இதன் மூலம் சமூகத்தில் ஏற்பட போகிற தாக்கங்களும் பெரிதளவில் இருக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிறத என்னுடைய வாழ்த்தாவும் அன்பாகவும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன். பொதுவாக அகதிகளாக்கப்படுகிற நாடற்றவர்களாக்கப்பட்ட மக்களை அரசாங்கம் பார்க்கிற பார்வையிலிருந்து மட்டுமல்லாது மக்களுடைய இயல்பு வாழ்க்கை, அவர்களுடைய எதிர்காலம், குறிப்பாக இதுக்கு முன்னாடி சைக்காலஜி அதை பற்றிலாம் மென்டல் ஹெல்த் அதை பற்றிலாம் பேசுகிறாங்க. ஸோ இப்படி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் அதை தொடர்ந்து வரக்கூடிய பாதிப்புகள் வந்து அதுக்கு எல்லையே கிடையாதுன்னு சொல்லலாம். ஸோ ஒவ்வொரு வினைக்கும் எதிர்வினை வந்து எந்த இடத்துல சமூகத்தில் எங்கே போய் அது எப்படியா மாறும்னு நமக்கு தெரியாது. அதனால் நிச்சயமாக இந்த தலைப்பை பற்றி இன்றைக்கி பேசினது மூலமாக நிறைய விஷயங்கள் கருத்துக்களாக பரிமாறப்பட்டிருக்கும்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். இந்த விவாதம் என்பது மிக நீண்டது, இது ரொம்ப பெரிய ஒரு டாபிக்னு எனக்கு தெரியும். இதில் என்னுடைய சிறிய அனுபவத்தை இந்த குறிப்பிட்ட நேரத்துக்குள்ளே பகிர்ந்துக்கணும்னு நான் வந்தேன். மற்றபடி இந்த மனிதனை மனிதனாய் பார்க்கக்கூடிய ஒரு சமூகம், மனிதனை மனிதர்களாய் மதிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு அமைப்பும் அதிகாரமும் இந்த மண்ணில் நிலவுகிற வரை இங்கே வந்து அகதிகளாக்கப்படுவது அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து நடக்க வாய்ப்பில்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அப்படி இன்றைக்கு அதிகாரத்தின் பிறழ்வினாலையும் மனிதர்களுடைய பெருமிதத்தினாலையும் பந்தாடப்படுகிற எளிய மக்களை பற்றி எப்போதும் நாம் நினைவில் வைத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். நம்முடைய செயல்பாடுகள், நாம் கலை வடிவத்திலாக இருந்தாலும் நாம் எந்த துறையில் இருந்தாலும் சக மனிதனை மனிதனாய் பார்ப்பதும் மனித அதிகாரத்தினால் பந்தாடப்படும் எளிய மனிதர்களுக்கான குரலாக நிற்பதும் நம்முடைய கடமைன்னு நான் நம்புகிறேன். நன்றி. வேற இப்போ ஒரு பாட்டு பாடணும் இல்லையா? என்ன பாட்டு பாடலாம்? நின்றுட்டு பாடலாமா? ஏன் எல்லாரும் இவ்வளோ அமைதியாக இருக்கீங்க? இவ்வளோ அமைதியாலாம் நான் இருந்ததே இல்லைங்க. சரி பாடலாங்களா? இல்லை பத்தலை, இப்படிலாம் தான் பாட மாட்டேன். சவுண்டே பத்தலையே எனக்கு. பாடலாமா? ஒரு டைம் பலமாக கை தட்டுறீங்களா? சூப்பருங்க, மகிழ்ச்சி, தேங்க்யூ. அள்ளி மலர் கொடியங்கதமே அடி ஒட்டார ஒட்டார சந்தனமே. பாடுறீங்களா கூட சேர்ந்து? 1 2 3. குக்கு குக்கு தாத்தா தாத்தா கரட்டி குக்கு குக்கு பொங்கல யாரு நீ கொத்தி குக்கு குக்கு தண்ணியிலோடு தலைக்கு குக்கு குக்கு கம்பளி பூச்சி தங்கச்சி அடிமலை கொடி எங்கதமே ஒட்டார ஒட்டார சந்தனமே முல்லை மலை கொடி முத்தரமே எங்கூரு குத்தாலமே உருக்கு பையமா வெத்தல மட்டையமா சுமந்த கையமா வெத்தலம் கொட்டியமா கையமா என்ன பண்ண மாயமா வழியமா வேறாண்டி சொல்லதிய கூரே கண்ணடிய காணாண்டி இந்தார பேராண்டி அன்னக்கிளி அடியால மரக்கல மன்னக்கிளி நல்லபடி வாழ சொல்லி இந்த மண்ணை கொடுத்தானே பூர்வ குடி கமகர கனிகளாம் பாடி திருந்தானே ஆதிக்குடி நாய் நரி புனைக்குண்டா இந்த ஏரி குளம் கூட சிந்தமணி என்ஜாமி வாங்கோ வாங்கோ ஒன்னாகி இந்த அம்மாரி. நன்றி.
Okay, folks. Okay, it's on. So that brings us to an end of our first day, panel 1 of Rethinking Refugees, Azadi to Coexist panel. But I think how Arivu left the stage with the song is the perfect beginning to what is going to happen next. We're going to have a charity concert with 4 brilliant bands, so stick around, and it is a ticketed event, so if you would like to stay, please do get in touch with the folks up front, and you'll be able to purchase your ticket. And all the proceeds go towards the Rohingya refugees in Chennai and Delhi, and so, and trust me, these 4 bands are pretty amazing. So thank you all very much, and hope to see you in a couple of hours. you perform. Yeah.
I'm a violinist and singer-songwriter based in Chennai. So I want to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity uh, to work for their cause. And I thought we could start off tonight's concert with some classical music. The first piece that I'm about to play is composed by Johann Sebastian Bach. Even people who aren't familiar with classical music would be familiar with his name, would have heard of his name. Ilaiyaraaja, the composer from Chennai, he actually had an album in 1986 called How to Name It. And he had a track called I Met Bach in My House. So his music has a worldwide presence, I would say. And Bach was also a violinist. And he's known to have composed music that is notoriously difficult for all the instruments that he wrote for. And the one that I'm about to play now is called Gavotte en Rondeau. And it's ideally a form of dance that is done in pairs. And yeah, here goes. That was a little bit of Bach. I'll now be joined by Shrikant on the piano, and we're going to be presenting one movement of a concerto, a violin concerto composed by Bruch. So concertos in classical music, essentially, they typically have a three-movement structure. The first and third movement are faster, and the second movement is really slow and melodic. Thank you. So the last piece we're going to be playing tonight is a romantic piece composed by Dvorak. I really like the story behind how this piece came about. So this piece is one of 4 pieces that was originally composed as a trio for 2 violins and a viola. So fun fact, Dvorak was actually a viola player, and he really wanted to play with 2 people who would, 2 violinists who would often perform duets. And he wanted to play with them, so he decided to just write out music for himself and the 2 violinists. And that's how the original miniatures pieces came about. And then it was transcribed for a violin and a piano. And those are the romantic pieces. I'm going to be playing the first one. And yeah, I hope you like it. Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Okay, so our next artist is Alvin Presley. He's a singer-songwriter. Oh, it's a coconut. Okay, it's the Coconut Milk Project. My bad. Yeah, please do come on inside. I would like to not remind, I guess this is the first announcement. If you'd like to continue contributing to the cause of refugees, all the proceeds go towards the Rohingya refugees in Chennai and Delhi. We also have some merchandise here. It's nothing big, just tote bag and calendar and t-shirts. And if you'd like to support in any way possible, when you find a moment, please do go there, and the lovely volunteers will help you out with that. So thanks again. And yeah, the Coconut Milk Project, please come on stage.
Check. Check. Check.
And we're also super grateful for this entire event. Personal milestone to be performing at AF. And maybe we'll talk a little later, but we'll just get started. We're doing an all-original set, by the way, so we hope you really enjoy it.
Holding your hand as we walk by. People watch as we laugh and as we cry. We paint ourselves with the colors of the rainbow. World's got a problem, not you and I. All seemed lost till we found each other. Our love is the question, my answer is you. There will be a day when they know why. World's got a problem, not you and I. There will be a day when they know why. World's got a problem, not you and I. my hand, make me smile, set me free. Aren't you glad that we found each other? Our love is the question, my answer is you. There will be a day when they know why. World's got a problem, not you and I. And even if they never know why, world's got a problem, not you and I.
Thank you. That one was called The World's Got a Problem, and I hope you can all relate.
Super. So the next song, there's actually a bit of homework, not homework, pre-work. Okay, so what you guys need to do is, we're going to sing the song. At the end of the song, we want you to take out your phones and send a message to that one person in your life who continuously does a lot for you and expects absolutely nothing in return. We all have that one person in our lives, maybe more than one. So as a post-work, you guys will take out your phones, not while we sing the song. After we sing the song, you'll take out your phones, send that person a message. All right?
Papa, someday I'll be like you, and perhaps I'll wear a cape too. Papa, I think I'll let you down. Too many reasons to frown. People say we've got the same features, a smile when they say I look like you. The world's gotta know about this teacher, capeless hero, pure, wise and true. Papa, I know you've shown me the light through beads of sweat, working day and night. But Papa, you fought through life so strong and bold, 'cause your old man left you when you were just 10 years old. You smiled every time we chose Mama, as though it was always meant to be. And even though I hardly show it, I hope you see how much you mean to me. Papa, I hope you're fine. Let's build a boat of love and go to the end of time. Papa, please show me the way for a brighter day.
So this is when you...
Thank you. It's okay, let them clap. Then you can give them their homework. And
clap and then send the message.
our next one is called Stolen Sunshine. It's the first song that we recorded and put out there into the world, and then everybody seems to love it. And it's one of those songs that makes us really happy when we perform. We really hope you enjoy it. But before that, you have to bear with a little bit of shift.
When things get hard and nothing helps, you feel misunderstood. Be quiet, put on this song and think of all that's pure and good.
You don't have to be sorry for the voices in your head, or even the terrible things you said.
There is no right answer when you're feeling all wrong, but trust me, it won't be here for long.
Not alone, you never will be. Speak up for how you feel. You're not alone, you never will be. Speak up for how you feel. Just let me know, I'll give you all the sunshine I can see. There is no right answer when you're feeling all wrong, but trust me, it won't be here for long. Just like this simple song. Thank you. Okay, the next one's called Silent Prayer. We just released it exactly 10 days ago. Almost all the songs that we're performing today is available on the streaming platform of your choosing. We really hope you like it, but this one's super special. It's super new. And I think this is the first time we're performing it live with everybody, so super excited for that. It's part of the act. Yeah, it's completely planned. So while that's happening, you guys have to help us out in this song. There's a very obvious chorus and it's very simple. It'll be amazing if you all can join us. Yeah, and we'll sing it over and over again till you guys join us. So don't make us sing it too many times.
Yeah, this song you guys will hum. Next song you guys will clap. You guys will do half the work.
Wait up, need a simple explanation for life I live inside my dreams.
I wake up and I feel the sorrow, pain and fear. It's not as simple as it seems.
Help me see the dreams I want to see. Just hold my hand, I need you here.
Tell me now, what's the point of reality when my dreams can keep you near?
Hold me as we smile through insanity
And watch our problems disappear.
Ooh. Ooh. Just close your eyes and sing this silent prayer. Help me see the dreams I want to see. Just hold my hand, I need you here.
Tell me now, what's the point of reality when my dreams can keep you near?
Hold me
as we smile through insanity.
Watch our
Problems disappear.
Just close your eyes and sing this silent prayer.
Okay, join us. Can't hear you.
Just close your eyes and sing this silent prayer. Just close your eyes and sing this silent prayer. Just close your eyes and sing this silent prayer.
Thank you. Okay, I have to do this. No. There's an amazing solo in this, and I want Cletus to just play that. Play. With the percussion. Can we try that? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're at the penultimate song of the set. This one's called So Blue.
Second last. It's a commonly used term.
Oh, okay,
Second
fine.
last song.
They'll know. Our lyrics are also like that, so it's okay. Okay.
So this song definitely is we need
Yeah,
hand
we hope it makes you clap, but please also clap. It's a groovy number. We don't usually do that. We usually have very mellow, sort of soul-searching kind of songs, but this one's a little bit of got a little bit of a groove. So hope you enjoy that.
One, two, three, go.
Sorry, one second.
Go.
Sitting next to you when I'm feeling so blue. Stuck in a rut, I wish I could be saved by you.
Getting back cause I know you're just around the corner. I feel so safe, I wish I could stay a little longer.
Sitting next to you when I'm feeling so blue. Stuck in a rut, I wish I could be saved by you.
Getting back cause I know you're just around the corner. I feel so safe, I wish I could stay a little longer.
I find myself lost at sea. It feels too hard to get a grip on reality. So close yet so far, I wish you could see how your smile lights me up like a Christmas tree. Sitting next to you when I'm feeling so blue. Stuck in a rut, I wish I could be saved by you. I wake up to the ray of sunshine that you bring me. Couldn't get me out of bed if not for you. I try to see the light, but the glass is half empty. Is there anything I could do just to get through? Sitting next to you when I'm feeling so blue. Stuck in a rut, I wish I could be saved by you.
Getting back cause I know you're just around the corner.
I feel so safe, I wish I could stay a little longer. I feel so safe, I wish I could stay a little longer. I feel so safe, I wish I could stay with you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay.
You can hear voices from all the way from Canada there.
Okay, this is the last song of our set. We had a great time performing so far, and this is our thank you to you. This is a very close, personal song. We felt very vulnerable putting it out into the world, and we've only heard really heartwarming things whenever someone's listened to it, and we really hope this is one of those evenings. It's called Panic in Life's Waiting Room. That sounds more like panic in life's waiting room, but it's not the vibe of the song.
Since the day next to Mama you lay, their souls around to live, laugh and to play. Smile with your mates, there's only love and no hate. I see you're alone in living out your own fate. Hope we can hide signs of impending doom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room. Hope we can hide signs of impending doom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room.
Remember when you said that I was my own best friend? Guess we're all alone.
Guess we're all alone.
The closer we get to the end, we're filling our lives with momentary distractions. It's easier to cope when we're living life in fractions.
Hope we're doing right by letting these friendships bloom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room. Hope we're doing right by letting these friendships bloom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room. Smile at faces passing by. Wait till the lights go out so they don't see you cry. Wait as people come and go. No one stays forever, I want you to know. Hope we can hide signs of impending doom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room. Hope we can hide signs of impending doom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room. Hope we can hide signs of impending doom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room. Hope we can hide signs of impending doom. We smile through the silent panic in life's waiting room.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was us, the Coconut Milk Project. Thank you so much to our band, and thank you so much to everybody for bringing us here. We had an amazing time. We hope you did too. You can find most of the songs, actually all but one of the songs we performed today on whichever streaming platform that you use. And if you've taken videos or pictures, please feel free to post and tag us. We are Coconut Milk Project on Instagram.
And kudos to all of you for actually coming out today.
And clapping.
Supporting the cause, and you guys have spent your tickets and
Yeah.
bought the tickets, and the money is going for a good cause, so kudos to all of you.
Yeah, thank you for being
Have a
here
great
for indie
weekend.
music. Thank you for being here for the cause. Thanks for choosing to spend your Saturday night with us. And with that, we'll leave the floor open to the next performer. Thank you.
All right, so thank you, Coconut Milk Project, for that really, really endearing performance. Now we will have Alvin Presley, singer-songwriter. So while he sets up, I would like to remind you people, if you would like to go and check out some of the merchandise and help the cause a little bit more, that would be great. Thank you so much.
It's working, it's fine, it's fine. It's working fine, it's working. Check, check. Is it audible? Hey, good evening everyone. My name is Alan Presley. That's Vinay Ramakrishnan. And I am going to perform a few of my favorite originals that I have written over the past few years. And I'm happy to be here playing for this cause, and I hope you have a great evening. The song's called Love Will Come to You. Found a way to disappear inside my thoughts when you're not here. Familiar feeling that I can feel. So beautiful, maybe it's not real. Well, I believe it all makes sense. My eyes, the things that you have seen. So many reasons to wait for you. So know that love will come to Every now and then I think about the songs that I will sing. So many reasons to wait for you. I'll sing it all, I'll sing it all. But I believe it all makes sense. My eyes, the things that you have seen. So many reasons to wait for you. You know that love will come to you. Well, the song's called. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are very sweet. So I'm releasing my next EP called Pain Geography, which comes out in January, and this is one of the songs. And when it comes out, I hope you all listen to it and share it and, whatever. Well, the next song is was my very first release in 2018, and it's called Into My Head. I wrote it because I break up, so yeah, reasons. I wrote the song for her. After 4 months, I was like, hey, you know what, I wrote this song for you. After 6 months, she gives me a call back. She's like, bro, what are you doing? Just move on. And I'm like, oh no. But, a song came out of it, and this is what it is. Hey sugar, you're home with me. You know you're not holding on. You know you can make me feel alright. You gotta feel my thing. Hey sugar, what's going on? You can see that I'm fading now. You know you can make me feel alright. Gotta feel my pain. Over and over, you get into my head, into my head, into my head. Over and over, you get into my head, into my head. So tell me what's your escape, and why you are running now. Your feelings are still that you know, right? You gotta feel my pain. And over and over, you get into my head, into my head, into my head. Over and over, you get into my head, to my Thank you guys, very sweet of you. So I spoke about Pain Geography, right? So this is the title track of it. And it's called I'll Miss This Day. There was this one morning, early morning, when I was like super sad. Usual, songs come out of sad places. At least for me. Yeah, but my friends, I was on Instagram live and I zoned out for like 20 minutes. And my friends who were just sitting there, they kept on texting. No, I won't, even if they shout, it won't be audible. I wasn't focusing on the screen, and they were like, hey, Alvin, you know what? When I finally focused, they said, hey, Alvin, you know what? Why don't you come to the beach early in the morning? And we'll just chill. You do your thing. Oh, my photographer friends who shot my music video, who traveled with me throughout this country while touring. And like, he was very sweet. And these guys, they were like, you know, why don't you come off? You do your thing, we'll click photographs and just chill, you know, it's okay, we'll just wind down. I was like, okay, cool, why not? And that morning was, wait, somebody's calling me on stage. You know? Hey, House of Tea, are you here? Why is House of Tea calling much a call? I have to put it on airplane. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, so these guys were like, okay, cool. And that was the moment I wrote this song. It's called I'll Miss This Day. Cold water and the sun, horizon is all I see. Early in the morning, I was finally me. Cold water and the sun, we were doing what we wanted. Early in the morning, I was finally free. Ooh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, oh, oh, I'll miss this day. Free little man, we were doing what we wanted. Soul searching and some fun, didn't know where it would lead. Ooh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, oh, I'll miss this day. I'll miss this day. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of all the things that I will lose. I'm afraid of all the things that I could be. Ooh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, oh, oh, I'll miss this day. Ooh, oh, oh, I'll miss this day. I'll miss this day. Thank you. You know, I have only one drop. Next one is called Gonna Wait. I'm not going to tell you the story because my friends here, they think I wrote it again for my ex. And I am not going, I'm clarifying it to everybody here, to my friends, my family, and my people, and to you all that, Vinay, it's not. ठीक है? It's not. And let them get over me. They don't knock me, no. I realize as I sip my cup of coffee and lay down under my sheet. They don't knock me, no. I'll bleed it out and stay on. Gotta, you know I gotta. I'll bleed it out. I'm gonna wait. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I don't know if I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. If oh no. Stay awake, I'll work my day. I'll let the breeze hit my head. They flow over me. They don't knock me, no. I wash my face like contemplate. I let it sigh and reality doesn't scare me. They don't knock me, no, 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 no. I'll bleed it out and stay on. I gotta, you know I gotta. I'll bleed it out. I'm gonna wait. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. I don't know if I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. If I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. I don't know, I'm gonna wait. I don't know. You guys want to sing this with me? It's very simple. I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna wait, I'm gonna wait, I'll fly out. Yeah? I wasn't waiting for my girlfriend. I was waiting for the time where I could quit my job and get into music completely. Makes sense, right? I'm gonna wait. Scam this guy. Look at his shady face. Okay, it's easy. I'm gonna wait. I don't know. Am I gonna wait? I don't know. Am I gonna wait? I don't know. All you gotta sing is I'm gonna, okay? 2, 3. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Fly out, I'm gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, see, I know only people here are singing. Don't think I'm a fool because the lights are blinding me. Okay, people at the back. Now I can see you all. Okay, I want everybody to sing. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. One last time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. If I'm gonna wait. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. I don't know. If I'm gonna wait. Hey, you should clap for yourself because you're such a lovely audience and listening to us musicians and staying here for the cause, for the music and for all the things. You guys should make sure that you donate whatever it is, 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 100 rupees, whatever you feel like it. And let's just make people equal. You know, that is all it is about. I have 2 more songs for you all. Do I have time for 2 more? Yeah. Srikanth is like, me? I'm like, yeah, I will. This one's called Camouflage Emotions. You see a way out, take it and move on. Perfect composure, you figured it out. It's all delusional, moments of freedom. Walk far away from potential existence. So maybe come on, move up. You gotta live. It's a facade you're hiding. Come on. I'm running inside into the darkness. I'm facing the light. Camouflage emotions. I'm running inside into the darkness. I'm facing the light. Who wants a Cajon solo? Yeah? Can I tell you about one small story where you talk about the days of the golden symphonies, where you hide all of your heart? Tell me a story. I'm not a fool for again. Maybe don't worry. Maybe come on, move up. You gotta move. It's a facade you're hiding. Come on. Vinay, my best friend. Sexy warrior, yes. Where's water? Water break. How's it going?
All good. How are you?
The usual. I have last one song for you all. And this song is called Falling Star from my EP Fall Today. It's not working, the link off. Technical difficulty. While they change the cable. How are you all doing tonight? Yeah? Having fun? Give a huge round of applause to Sadhna and the Coconut Milk Project for doing a phenomenal. For your information, I don't know if Sadhna mentioned that, but it was Sadhna's debut Western classical performance tonight. Yeah? She did really good for that. Well, while you're at it, do follow all the artists performing here. Do follow AZADI Project and do follow Vinay Ramakrishnan, my best friend. I'm gonna embarrass you all my life, bro. You need to know that. And do follow me. My name is Alan Presley. I'm a singer-songwriter, music producer from Chennai. My EP comes out. The EP is called EP is called Pain Geography. It comes out. Shut up. I think Vinay is cursing me silently. Yeah, the EP is called Pain Geography. Comes out in January, and it has 5 songs, and I played 2 of it today. And I'm looking forward to for your support for all the things that's happening here. It's working now. Oh, it's coming out, no? Well. You are like a family now. Only small alliance. Had to. This song's called Falling Star Ho Gaya. And I'm going to make you all sing again for this one. And please do. Wasted all my years to see what could be seen. A falling star, beacon of hope, can you fall inside of me? 'Cause I'm flying high, I have no control. I can see the skies, it is so up close. Do you feel me now? Will you lead me on? Do you see my fire? Will you burn it down? പോകാതെ സ്ഥിരമറ്റു നാനുന്ന ഒളിരും വാനം പോലെ മയക്കാതെ പോകാതെ സ്ഥിരമറ്റു നാനുന്ന ഒളിരും വാനം പോലെ மயக்காதே என் காதலியே காதில் சொன்ன நாடினுமே உனதடிமை என் கனவுகளும் முந்தன் உரிமை என்னவளே என் காதலியே காதில் சொன்ன நாடினுமே அடிமை என்னவளே என் உயிரே என் சகியே பாருராருராருரா பாருராருராரப்பா பாருரா பாருராருராருராரா பேராரா Cause I'm flying high, I have no control. I can see the sky, it is so above. Do you feel me now? Will you leave me on? Do you see my fire? You guys want to sing with me? It's a very simple line, yeah? Keep it going. My guitar and the cajon is louder. Nice at the back. I know you guys are sounding. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4. நறுமுகையே நறுமுகையே என் கனவில் வருவாயா என்னிடம் வார்த்தைகள் இல்லையே அர்த்தங்கள் தருவாயா Huge round of applause for Vinay. My name is Salim Presley and thank you everybody for having me over. It was lovely performing for you all. Once again, have a great evening. Donate what you can, help whenever you can and wherever you can. See, do follow us on social media. Follow me on social media. It's Alvin Presley. You will find it with a guy with a guitar. Yeah, that's how it is. But yeah, have a great evening you all. Next up is Ranjini and Vinay and Akshay.
Thank you, Alvin, for that very entertaining performance. You should also be a stand-up comedian, I think. Next, we have Ranjini performing, but before that, I have an announcement. Sai University students, please leave. Your bus is waiting for you. Yeah. Are you ready, Ranju? Okay, so Ranjini, everyone. Check.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. That's fine. No. Thief. இருக்குடா. Yeah, it's good. No. Yeah.
Check. Can you guys hear us?
No.
I only hear one person. Okay. Thanks, Vidya. Check.
Sure. Just move the pedals and all.
Check.
Acoustic reduce for me.
For me also. For me also.
Check, 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 check.
I want a little bit of Vinay. Vinay. Everybody wants Vinay.
Everybody wants a little bit of it.
Sexy bald guy, ladies and gentlemen.
Acoustic more reduced.
Vibes, bro.
Like a flower waiting to bloom, like a light bulb in a dark room. I'm just sitting here waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. Waiting for the rain, yeah, like a school kid waiting for the spring. I'm just sitting here waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. My poor heart, it's been so dark since you've been gone. After all, you're the one who turns me on. You're the only one who can turn me back on. My hi-fi is waiting for a new tune. My glass is waiting for some fresh ice cube. I'm just sitting here waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. like a school kid, waiting for the spring. I'm just sitting here waiting for you to come on home and turn me on. Turn me on.
Hey, thanks, da.
Can you give me a little more of me on this?
Yeah. You don't know, babe, when you hold me and kiss me slowly, it's the sweetest thing. And it don't change if I had it my way. You would know that you are. Ooh, you're the coffee that I need in the morning. You're my sunshine in my rain when it's pouring. Won't you give yourself to me? Give it all. I just wanna see. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I follow, no matter how far. If life is a movie and you're the best part, oh, you're the best part. Oh, best part.
It's the sunrise and those brown eyes. You're the one that I desire. And when we wake up and when we make love, it makes me feel so nice. You're my water when I'm stuck in the desert. You're the Tylenol I take when my blood hurts. You're the sunshine of my life. I just wanna see how beautiful you are. You know that I see it. I know you're a star. Where you go, I follow, no matter how far. This life is a movie. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, you're the best part. Oh, would you say something?
If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you?
If you love me, won't you say something?
If you love me, won't you? Hey.
If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you?
Love me, won't you? Keep going.
One more time.
If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? If you love me, won't you say something? If you love me, won't you? Love me, won't you?
We won't tell you.
How dare. No, 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 not what you think.
Shining bright above. Stars shining brighter above you. Night breezes seem to whisper, I love you. Birds singing in the sycamore tree. Dream a little dream of me. Say nighty night and kiss me. Just hold me tight and tell me you miss me. While I'm alone and blue as can be. Dream a little dream of me. Fading, but I linger on, dear. Still craving your kiss. I'm longing to linger till dawn, dear. Just saying this. Sweet dreams till sunbeams find you. Sweet dreams that leave all worries far behind you. But in your dreams, whatever they be, dream a little dream of me. Stars fading, but I linger on, dear. Still craving your kiss. I'm longing to linger till dawn, dear. Just saying this. Sweet dreams till sunbeams find you. Sweet dreams that leave all worries far behind you. But in your dreams, whatever they be, dream a little dream of me. Dream a little dream of me. Dream a little dream of me.
We've jammed once, just saying.
wait for action to get his shit together. Waiting, oh, waiting, still waiting, but we're back now. All right. This.
Boom, boom.
Happy words, little lies, telling everything but the truth. The truth. 3 little words over time, overheard and overused. No sweet nothing could ever be turned into something new. No grand gesture could ever be made to measure you. I know what I got it, I know where we're going. You don't need to show it, I already know it all. It's what you don't do, it's what you don't say. I know you love me, I don't need proof. It's what you don't do, the games you don't play. I know you love me, I don't need proof. I've been saving up my time so I can spend it all on you. You. Oh, all I need is to see you smile. I forgot not to be blue. I know what I got it, I know where we're going. You don't need to show it, I already know it all. It's what you don't do, it's what you don't say. It's what you don't do. I know you love me, I don't need proof. It's what you don't do, the games you don't play. Closer we get, the less we need to show. The closer we get, the less we need to show. I know what I got it, I know where we're going. You don't need to show it, I already know it all. It's what you don't do, it's what you don't say. I know you love me, I don't need proof. It's what you don't do, the games you don't play. I know you love me, I don't need proof. Won't tell the whole world, just wanna be your girl. I know you love me, I don't need proof. It's what you don't do, the games you don't play. Oh, closer we get the less we need to show.
Yeah. You have time? Okay. Is it? All right. We just have a few more songs left. Like 3, 4.
5, 6, 7, 8.
No order. All right. Let's do this.
There were bells but I never heard them ringing. No, I never heard them at all till there was you. There were birds in the sky, but I never saw them winging. No, I never saw them at all till there was you. And there was music and wonderful roses did tell me, and sweet fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all till there was you. There was music and wonderful roses, and they tell me, in sweet fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around, but I never heard it singing. No, I never heard it at all till there was you.
Just a little jig. All right, hi everyone. I'm Ranjani. This is Vinay, you already know him. And this is Akshay. We named ourselves very recently the Barefoot Collective, because just didn't feel like wearing shoes on stage. Anyhow, I'm going to change it up a little bit now and sing some Indian stuff. So I hope you'll sing along. And big round of applause to Alvin Presley, please. I feel like that was phenomenal. Songwriting talent over there. So please follow Alvin Presley and support his music. And while you've heard a lot of originals today, and that's been amazing, I hope all these covers bring up the joy as well. This one's called, yeah, you'll figure it out. For sure. So please sing along. We will force you anyway at some point. Can we not have lights in the audience? I feel like there's, like, I can't see anyone. இல்லையா லைட் போட முடியுதாங்க போட மாட்டீங்களா Oh shit, who would have thunk? Okay, let's go, this guy. All right, let's go. Yeah, Vinay, just start something. Start.
ये बातें हैं पुरानी कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी हरों का इसको किसने हाँ ये तो बेवफाई कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी. You know this bit. La 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 la. जिसने पिया वो हमें भी हंसा पल में हंसाए और पल में रुलाए ये कहानी. ओ हो कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी. थामा हरों का इसको किसने हाँ ये तो बेवफाई कैसी कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी. अजीब दास्ता है ये कहाँ शुरू कहाँ खत्म ये मंजिलें कौन से न वो समझ सके न हम.
I'm going to sing that again, one more time.
अजीब दास्ता है ये कहाँ शुरू कहाँ खत्म ये मंजिलें है कौन से ना वो समझ सके ना हम. ये रोशनी के साथ क्यों धुआं उठा चिराग से ये रोशनी के साथ क्यों धुआं उठा चिराग से ये मंजिलें है कौन से मैं वो समझ सके अजीब दास्ता है ये कहाँ शुरू कहाँ कैसी पहेली है ये कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी थामा रोका इसको किसने है ये तो बहता पानी हो कैसी कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी
Finish that somewhere. Last couple of songs. How's everyone doing? Great. I can see faces, so if you're not saying anything, I can see it. I can see it. All right. One song? Then let's do this. Oh. Damn it. All right. Let's do this. No, he's not.
மாமனே உன்னை தாங்காம மத்தியில் சோறும் பொங்காம பாவினா பருத்தி மாறா போனேனே காகந்தான் கத்தி போனாலும் கதவுதான் சத்தம் போட்டாலும் உன் முகம் பார்க்க ஓடி வந்தேனே ஒத்தையில் வானக்கரையோரம் கத்தியே ஒப்பே சொன்னேனே ஒத்தையில் ஓரக்கரையோரம் கத்தியே ஒப்பே சொன்னேனே அந்தரையும் தூரம் போன நேரம் நானும் கண்ணீர் விட்டேனே முத்து மாமா என்ன விட்டு போகாது என் ஒத்த உசுறு உன்னை விட்டு வாராது அத்தங்கர மரமே அரசமர இலையே காலமர கிளையே அதிரங்கு கிளியே ஓடக்கர உழவு காத்துல ஒருத்தி யாரு இவ வெளிச்சு நிக்கிற பருத்தி தாவி வந்த சந்தையில வந்த வனமா தாவணிக்கு வந்த ஒரு நந்தவனமா உள்ள சொந்தம் என்ன விட்டு போகாது ஓட தண்ணி உப்பு தண்ணி ஆகாது அத்தங்கர மரமே அரசமர இலையே காலமர கிளையே அதிருங்கும் கிளியே தாவணி பொண்ணு சுகந்தாதா தங்கமே பொண்ணு
Sorry, I was like, that was so good.
சுகந்தானா
And wish you a good night. Bye-bye. Okay, just hold on, don't leave yet. So I know it's not easy to get artists to come and perform pro bono, so to everyone who came here, thank you so much for doing that. It's really, really amazing. Sorry to shamelessly ask you to do so pro bono, but just something to say thank you for doing that. We have a little something, nothing much. So I would like to invite all the artists who performed today to please come up on stage.
தம்பி அந்த எம்டி இருக்க மைக் ஸ்டாண்டை மட்டும் நோத்து நடுவில் நிற்கிறான் அவர் அப்படியே விட்டு ஃபோட்டோகிராஃபர் ஃபோட்டோஸ் எலி போட்டுக்க
Just some thank yous. Just a quick thank yous. Thank you to all the bands who came here. Thank you to Shrikant, Cherry. I told you people listen to you, right? Thank you to Alliance Francaise for giving us this venue, and the technicians, sound technicians, folks over here. Dinesh, who's doing the live streaming, and where is Shantanu, who's doing the photography. He'll be back tomorrow. So this is just, tomorrow is the last day. We have a morning full of some very interesting panel discussions, but evening there's going to be a theatre performance. So if you guys are interested in theatre, please do pop by. It's going to be right here. It's going to be before the World Cup final, so don't worry. So thank you all and have a good night.